to have spiritual eyes and celestial eyes, be able to see what's going on here in this insane, in the membrane world that you've created. So here we are in a time where if you pay attention, you can normally get well ahead of most things. And again, we have cycles and things like that, weather cycles, and many things are cyclical. And yeah, that's better than not having any counsel at this point. Sucks. I know. I just dumped out a ton. At least 15,000 in precious metals at this point. That was a lot more in precious metals, but whatever. So I hear you, but figure it out, right? Make more. Better than to let them just throw you under the bus. When you have counsel, they're going to make sure that they at least tell you what the law is, what they can do to you, and if the situation's a little sticky, the best thing to do is always make sure no poly, no waiver, no statement. Don't say anything. Get counsel. And let them do what it is that they get paid to do. So I've represented myself many times in court, but sometimes you got to pay the person that's got the right tool for the job. The BIS, the logistical understanding of your case too. So good. Glad to see that you're not going to just let yourself get thrown to the wolves. The people are just savages. The governments are designed to extort the people. Their criminal attire, the men that go around and women in clown suits extorting the general public, no matter which country you live in. They all kind of have their Gestapo. You don't listen to it, throw you in a cage kind of deal. Men with guns threatening to put you in a cage if you don't do what they tell you. So pretty much like that, no matter where you go. Wow, what a amazing rock we live on, huh? But there is amazing places, I heard this the other day. I'll just say this. It says, if you watch television and the news and the internet, the world is a horrible place that's got a lot of horrible things going on. But when you're in nature, everything is wonderful. The world is great and wonderful and beautiful. So get out and get some more nature when you can. That helps kind of to get that ether, that natural, take the edge off this. Why are we all fighting this? We should all just have a piece of land and be living together, not fighting over food and fuel and things that we could make on our own. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of a bummer, but that's the way Father wrote it. So when he wants the bride will all come together, and they'll might not be till after we die. So we just have to walk in his commandments at this point. But just don't understand modern day society. They used to stay together, have kingdoms and families. They fought over land, princes and gold and silver, and and now it's just like, oh, you can fly, get out like a bird. So they kick you out as soon as you can fly. So kind of a strange way of looking at things. If you look, the two heads are better than one, and if you were working together, not saying that somebody didn't want to leave, they couldn't leave, but it's not like that's not even a thing to want to work together as a family. Even sit down and have a family meal is not a common occurrence anymore for the average family. And at least in America, I know that you're from up north, and that might as well be the same thing. So it's kind of a rarity, because of two jobs that it takes to pay off, a mortgage for 30 years. That's $3,600. Whoa, some of this stuff, these people just get a little overextended, if you will. But make more money, spend more money, you get more taxes taken out of your check. So just gets a little harder and harder as you get more and more, as you have more wealth. Stacks of bread that have made rubber bands snap came pressure. Would have made another man crack blood pressure, heart complications, gonna kill you before these. Oh, I better stop. I came to the conclusion they ain't going through. I'm gonna call you. I'm singing some Stack. My bad. Little red light, catch me at the red light, slipping, sitting still. You could catch me at the red light, gripping on the wheel. Did you get a big drink there, Biggie? But yeah, I got court Monday, so we'll see. I think it's just going to be a formality. They're going to make me drive 3.5 hours there, so just we'll see what. I'm pretty sure John's just going to step on in the case. Yeah, whatever. I'm so over money. You know what I'm saying? Money's stupid. We failed this one so bad. There's so much resources on this rock that nobody should ever be hungry. If people were actually a little more charitable with food and not always, money, but, no one should starve. No one should die. No one should. We got this one wrong. We didn't get this one right. You know what I'm saying? We didn't get this one right. And that's fine. It is what it is. But my problem is he blesses me with so much abundance and I can't share. So that's going to be my thing with him. Father gave me all these blessings. He didn't let me share them with anybody. Why not? So it's okay. Maybe the day and the hour will come where be able to feed people with bread and fish, if you will. And there'll be extra baskets. Will be plenty. There'll be overflowing, as he says. If you love me, your baskets will be, your stores will be full. They'll be overflowing. Your children, you'll have bounty and you'll have many. And, your enemy will come against you one way and I'll make them flee 7 ways. So some of us will be more blessed than others. And that's just, he pours out a different measure on each one of us. And each one of us are given a different measure. So according to his will, we don't always, understand, and we fall to flesh that we forgot that Father created and writes all things. So there's nothing happening by chance or luck or free will or, none of those things are possible. So these people follow this other version of the word and it makes them go after self. And that's the problem. We die to self, to the world instead of to the flesh and to Father's word. And that's our weakness. As I said, we all do it. And we're all, because he creates us of flesh, we're born of this corrupt dust of this sin, and we'll go back to the dirt no matter what. So dirt poor, what that means, like so poor you got dirt floors, and all those terms, like being piss poor, because they would use their urine to tan hides with and would sell their urine, and people have been very, very poor at times. We're looking at a time where I think we're going to come into a similar situation to where the only way to eat is going to be the dragon's going to feed you. And there might be food printed by the mile or something like that. Some squares, kind of like rations, if you will. Soylent Green. We're really coming upon a time where we're coming into this. Sun is going to eventually pop. The magnetosphere is not going to handle. One of these volcanism is increasing, and there's been, like right to the north of me here in Washington, Rainier has been popping, and they already said now that it's any day now that Juan de Fuca is going to go off out there in the Pacific Ocean, that it's actually erupting already underwater. And so there's no hiding this anymore. The rock is quaking, and the people are shaking the earth, because remember, the earth are the ruled. So the earthquakes aren't what people, when it says the earth, there'd be earthquakes in diverse places. Earth is the ruled. So it doesn't, people get that wrong. And it this is something that's been happening since the 1800s. The governments are fully aware of what's going on, and they're hiding this from the people. This magnetic canopy or umbrella is what protects us from the sun. So they don't have a plan to tell anybody. I'm saying that would create panic and incite chaos. And Father is the bringer of chaos. So he's keeping this under wraps right now, so that people that are wise virgins could be prepared and get ready. You know what I'm saying? Thanks for coming in. Nathan, good to see you again. Thanks, everybody. Yeah, Stoner, thanks for being here. Thanks for showing up again, guys. I do appreciate. What a very interesting time. So the heading of this was that Trump signs an executive order to take homeless and treat them. What do they need treatment for? What do homeless need treatment for? Because they're poor? How do you treat somebody because they're poor? Now, I know there's drug usage on the street, but not everybody on the street uses drugs. So what the hell is this all about? I told you guys it's going to start happening, and here it is. And they've been doing this already. They've already disappeared how many people off the streets of San Francisco that still nobody today talks about? So I don't want to hear it. This has been done before. That's what these ICE agents, and they're not. Most of these people are not ICE agents. They're bounty hunters. And they put $1 on each one of these people's heads, and they're not violent. Some of these people are just overextending their visa. I don't care about, that's like having a speeding ticket. That's a civil offense. Tired of this country. This is a nation of immigrants. I rebuke anybody who sits there and thinks somebody who's not a violent criminal needs thrown out of this country because they don't have a piece of paper. Leave now. You're not welcome here. Don't even make a comment. There's no reason to even say a word. These are Americans, brothers and sisters, that are being taken off the streets now because they're less, blessed than others. What if this? That's insane to be put in for treatment. Treatment for what? Being poor and being homeless? What's the treatment for that? This is a very slippery slope, brothers and sisters. They're moving very fast. Do you understand? Well, I told you this was going to happen. If you've been following this channel, I'm not some kind of prophet. I've been studying this for 30 years, okay, plus, and off on the dark web before all of this. A lot of this has been out for decades. They're doing this by the script. I told you these to release this technology at iPhone 5 and 6 and 7, like a drip, like an IV, 1 year at a time. Now they got this stuff coming out at about, remember, was it just a couple years ago, there was robots on bikes. Now they're doing the Macarena and doing the shuffle, and they're break dancing and doing backflips and riding bicycles on their own. So, and that's not new tech. They're just starting, the drip is not. They're going, just unleash the valve, release the dogs, and here we are. So, you can do with this what you will. You glean from this what you take, and chew up the bones and spit, the meat and spit out the bones. Okay. Well, Nathan, we're so close to this. Please, count each day that we don't, because it's not going to be a fun world when they got, Musk has got warehouses of these things. And I'm sure his stinky buddy Thump has got warehouses of them too. So does probably Gates, and I bet you Billary, she's got a whole army of them too. And this is going to be coming out of the sky and from below our feet. Man, the best thing is going to be with your brothers and sisters at that time, and they're in a narrow way and staying in the Word, trying to be as organic as you can, and shut your gates and say, no more world, see ya, adios, muchacho, no mas. I don't want any more of your world. I'm not. We're going to do our own thing over here. We're going to stay in the Word. We're going to grow our own food, and we get what we get. This is what we got. Hope we got enough TP for our bungholes, Shut up, Rich. Get out of here. Go hang out in your camp, okay? Your little Walmart work camp. They're coming for you. They're coming for you, Rich. Don't you worry, little Richie Rich. Mr. McDuck McScrooge, right? Moneybags. Woo, DuckTales. You just leave your little fairy tales there. Don't worry about it. They got a spot just for you. Little Walmart smiley face work camp. Don't you worry about it. A little debt slave already. So, Rich is poor in knowledge. He's already in his own hell. He doesn't have any knowledge of what's going on around him. Doesn't care about society. Children dying in the streets of America. Doesn't care. Americans being taken off the streets because they don't have a place to stay and being put into treatment camps for what are you treating them for? So wouldn't that be a bummer, Rich, if you lost your home and then they came and put you in one of these little Walmart camps, work camps, so you could be a slave? Are you blessed, Rich? Why don't you go help somebody? and get out of here and go do something if you got some sense, dollars, if you got any ching change, what are you, some debit, some cyborg, you want me to plug you in like a Tesla or something? Why don't you go ahead and just, zoom on out of here? Was that like a broom or something, like a zoom? Or no, wait, never mind. Clean your act up or what as you go, please. But you got to go. Girl, is it Richie? Well, that's not the way. Hold on. Yeah, girl, don't go away, man. Just go away. So, anyways, all right, moving on. So, Americans, brothers and sisters, being taken off the streets, warp speed. He signs another executive order like a king, from Richie the Barber. Well, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? I'm not, people don't want to do anything, brothers and sisters. These are Americans now. It was one thing to start taking people with ICE. Now they're taking an executive order because they're poor. How do you treat people for being poor? I know there's drugs problems on the street. I know who pushes those. I know who brings them into the country. Our government. So, but besides that, there's probably, there is a large percentage of people who live on the streets that don't have a drug problem. There are people who live on the streets because they don't want to have a home, because they don't want bills, and they're fine and happy right where they're at. Some go out and make a decent fare. Maybe they could just live on the streets and have some money in their bank account. And they just use their debit card every once in a while. They go out and help another brother or sister out when they can. And they make what they can in a day's wage. And they don't even have to go, put up a sign. The streets. I've been on the streets. I've lived on the streets. Know what it's like to be on the streets. Lived on the streets of Los Angeles after my dad died. Okay. I know what it's like. It's not easy. Okay. But there's people on the streets that why do they need treatment? So they're going to do sweeps of people, brothers, sisters, of American citizens. This is how it starts. So you can sit there and think that I'm nuts in here, but I'm telling you, this is how they're already been doing this. And I've been telling you, they've been doing this for years. But now by executive order, they're just going to, remember, in your face, do it now. These are your fellow citizens, brothers, sisters, whether you like it or not. I don't care if they're poor or even if they have a drug problem, again, maybe everybody who does drugs doesn't have a problem. You ever thought about that too? So you do drugs, that's a problem? Maybe it's not what goes in a man that defiles a man or a woman, it's what comes out of them. And I'm not advocating for drugs. People should get treatment instead of be thrown in a cage. They tried that in Oregon and it didn't work, where they decriminalized all drugs. And I was a push for that. Recreational. You can't manufacture it. You can't have large amounts. I didn't say that. But, you don't throw somebody in a cage because they got a little bag of something and ruin their whole life. How about getting them some treatment? So that's supposedly what this is fronting as. They're going to get these homeless treatment. Well, what about the people who don't need treatment? What kind of treatment are you talking about? This is disgusting, brothers and sisters. I rebuke this, and anybody's going to speak about this, I rebuke you. You're swine. Don't ever come back to this channel. This is how it starts. It's already started, but now it's in your face. If you don't speak up about this pedo is out there now signing executive orders to throw street sweep people, and this dude's over jumping planes and taking them to islands, and he can just sweep his tongue right down your throat. You're worried about Joe with his nose. Remember, Mr. Warp Speed can't keep his tongue and his little thing downstairs to himself. Didn't you see the South Park episode where he's hanging out with Satan, chumming up with Satan? His house is decorated with him, Satan. Come on, guys. This is happening. This is happening in your country right now. If you live in America, this is not acceptable. You need to do something. Make a blog now. Start your own YouTube channel, or get the hell off the grid and get away from these people that are going to do these things to you. You need a place to stay? I have a place. I can handle people here. Somebody who's homeless, I don't want to see him get thrown into the streets. I have property. I'm willing to work with people. I have to kind of do some vetting. I'm not just going to let everybody come here and just go bananas. But I don't want to see my brothers and sisters I don't care if they're my brothers and sisters in Christ necessarily. I mean, I would rather have people here who have faith, but I got a separate property I could put people on rather than to see them thrown in this, this is disgusting. You know what I'm saying? You mean Heath South Park is a cartoon? I repeat, a cartoon. What the hell are you talking about? So anyways, they're doing this, brothers and sisters. So this isn't going to take long, and this is going to progress. Maybe you don't like this. You don't remember before, if your parents were born in another country before, during World War II, they put you into work camps. Do you understand? So I don't want to see people suffer. There's some time to get buildings built out here before all this, comes to head. But I don't think that people are going to have much longer in these cities before they're going to just start sweeping people. Listen, here's another thing that's going to happen, and you mark my words. They're going to take these immigrants and they're going to give them back to the farmers and let them work for like prison wages, $2 to $3 a day, and the farmers are going to get their workers back. They're already working on this, brothers and sisters. This is swine. This is filthy. They put a bounty on their head. They bring them into these camps. They're holding them in these camps right now. A lot of people are not being held, and they don't know where the hell they're going. Family members have no idea. None of these guys are wearing any kind of identifying marks because they're not ICE. They're bounty hunters. There's ICEs out there too. They just funded ICE more than any other government. Look at what this big, beautiful, bastardly bill, just put into place too. So they're going to do this. They're going to do this. And don't be surprised if they start marching robots out to come pick you up and put you into a camp using robots. No, that'll never happen. Shut up and move on, child. You're going to have to figure this out, brothers, sisters. This is time, and not in a panic. I don't care what anybody thinks. I'm already way away from society. I mean, I'm not so far away from society. I still can't operate within the system. But if you're part of the system, I don't know what the hell you're waiting for. You literally see the government now just signed by executive orders. They're going to take citizens of this country off the streets. Streets. These are American citizens. I don't give a if they're homeless or not. How do you treat somebody because they're homeless? How do you treat somebody because they're poor? You're missing the point here, brothers and sisters. Sure, people who have a drug addiction need some kind of treatment. That's not what's happening here. Grow up. They do these things under the cover of something else. It's like being a drug dealer and having a front like being a government official. Or maybe you own a coat factory, like a cleaning factory, and you get your little thing with your cleaning thing. It goes out right out the door and nobody knows it. It's called a front. And this is the front, brothers and sisters. These are American citizens. Would anybody like to speak up on how you treat a poor American? What do you treat a poor American for? Because they're poor. What is wrong with them because they're poor? How do you treat poor? How do you treat somebody who is less blessed? You think they're going to give them money and treat? No, that's not what's going to happen here. Because they're homeless, because they lost their home, because they couldn't keep up with the stinking government that keeps printing $1.5 trillion now every 100 days. If I came back here and you came back here every single day, and I gave you $1 million, it'd take me 360,000 years to pay you off just $1 trillion. And we got something like 3 quadrillion in derivatives and all this other, with this 37 trillion. Yeah, right. Quit smoking. There's hundreds of trillions of dollars, including, all these derivative markets and all, our biggest debt is our biggest asset is our debt, school debt. The system is not working anymore. And they're going to bring everybody into some new system. They're collapsing the system so they can bring the new one in. This is how it works. The system is already collapsing. They're already breaking the system down. The new system's already starting. If you don't have a way and out of the system, like 1 foot out of the system, you're going into the new system. And I don't care what you say. Only people who have a chance at this are going to be 1 foot out of the system. And if they're going to step out and say, okay, no more, I don't want it. I'm going to shut my gates and I'm not going to do this anymore. I want to be around like-minded people that are die hard. That ain't just going to die, give into this system. Okay, whatever you say, daddy, I'm going to be a digital communist. crypto communist. Digitized, tokenized. This is happening. What do you think was in that bill that they just passed? Stable coin, brothers, sisters. Stable coin. That's it. That means capital controls. It's here, guys. It's here. They did this in the 70s. Get out of here if you can't remember your history. They're going to run these assets up to the price they want them. They're going to lock these things in. And they're going to take these things over and nationalize many things. They've done this before, brothers and sisters. Don't act like they haven't frozen assets before. Don't anybody remember the antifreeze crisis during the 70s? Oh my God, there's no antifreeze. Oh my God. The next thing you know, right? Prices sky, and then there's a glut of antifreeze. It's called supply chain shortages. They create them. Yes, they do. Why do you think Trump did all these tariffs? You're an idiot. That's created all of this. Whether you like the guy or not, he's brilliant. He's even better at Obama at spending money. He spent more money than Obama, his behind buddy. They trade lightsabers in their ice holes. A little ring around the rosy. So, not falling for this, brothers, sisters. Now's the time, to step out of the system. Become your own system. Become your own central bank. Start growing food. Start finding like-minded people. There ain't much more time to you have to be doing these things. You don't just jump into survival. You don't just jump into being first aid certified, trained. It takes, time. Agrarian. You're not just going to walk into the woods. If you don't know what to eat, you're going to die. You need to start getting these skill sets now as if something was coming and going to take everything from you, and all you have left is your skill set. Maybe a water filter. That's it. Hell, you go weeks. People ain't going to go days, brothers, sisters. People are going to get about 5 to 6 hours and they're going to freak out. People lose their mind when the lights go out. Oh, in town. I am the power company. Oh, look, I got my power off. Look at that. Hold on. We switched over here. I'm the power company. See, I'm empowered. I just turned the power on. Hold on. We got to turn the lights on. We got switches, you notice. Oh, wow, look at that. Become your own power supply. Invest in your own solar wind. Get the hell out of this system. Build a nice little cabin somewhere. Get under in the geothermal, and then you won't worry about heat or cooling. Geothermal, like under the ground, below the frost line. We have a core temperature on this rock. Some places doesn't work. Won't work in Florida. But there are places that you can find where you can get below the frost line and you can cut cost, quit paying taxes. What the hell you keep contributing to the system? Don't tell me you care about American citizens if you keep contributing to the system, the problem. No, there's nothing wrong with my leg. That's a pretty big sore, dude. Weeks later, man, that thing, there's something wrong with it, dude. That thing's starting to stink, dude. Well, holy God, what do you got going on there? No, I don't. Can't get that thing chopped off. What the first stage of alcoholism is? Denial. Can't admit that you got a problem. You ain't going to fix it. We have massive problems in America, brothers and sisters. Tremendous problems. How do we know? How long have I been telling you on this channel that I don't even have to hide it anymore, that he's an EpiPen Island boy? He's an EpiPen Island boy. He went to the island. Everybody knows this. The DOJ already said he's on the list. He's on the thing. This is enough, guys. Anybody who participates in this anymore is an enemy of mine. And I'll love them. I'll show them to the narrow way, but they're still my enemy. He said, don't sup with vipers. So it doesn't make me a bad guy because I don't want people to support somebody who decorates their house with Satan. I'm not okay with that. Satan lived in a 58-story tower. And now he just signed an executive order to sweep people off the streets when this man's been to the island. Who gives him the authority? Somebody needs to cut this puppet's, strings. Because he's pretty good puppeteer, if you ask me. Quite brilliant. He's got most of this world fooled. Actually, there's some people burning these MAGA hats, aren't they? People jumping off the train. That's something I never thought I would see. I thought these people were got a trophy every time they win. All they would do is win, 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 that they couldn't even stop for a second to think straight. We know that, and I don't mean they're a connection, but isn't that funny? So now they're pushing the same thing. You ever notice, and I'm not some kind of prophet, that the things I say in here end up popping up in the news? hardcore. It's like, what the hell does this guy know? Yeah, I've only been studying this stuff for like 30 years. Remember, there was a dark web. Remember, there was an internet. Right before that, there was things called, well, there was like, you know what a photo, like a fish is? Like, oh, well, looking at the library and going and looking through old slides, going through and looking through historical records. You know, there's other things other than the web. Before the web, I've been studying before the web. There wasn't all these tools that we have now. So, but you have such a blessed asset now. But some of us have been, remember, this was all written on paper. They used to put these out in what was called white papers, if you will. Oh, this guy's crazy. I know they've been calling me a conspiracy theorist now for decades. I'm over it. We got it all right. See, remember, the government's the enemy. All enemies, foreign and domestic enemies on the homeland, and I'm not asking you to go be violent. If 25% of the people just checked out and stopped paying their, taxes, like whatever the federal government itself would dry up all on its own. That's called evolution. Not fight with each other or put a bunch of slugs, like you're a slug, like a snail or something in a revolver, and bang, 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 you're going like a hamster on a wheel nowhere fast, aren't you? Round and round and round, like a little circus show, isn't it, for you? Evolution is going around the system, and check the hell out, like I said. The government hates when you grow your own food. You want the government not to love you? Then grow your own food. They hate when you're self-sufficient. Government hates people who don't have a power bill. You want to get on their list of hate? There you go. Especially get a cheap power inverter like mine. It's pretty time to replace my power inverter. It's still working, but... So, brothers, sisters, the best thing you can do is check out of the system, not be violent. I didn't say you shouldn't have something to protect your, rice and beans with, your lady, your kids, but you'd be much better not to fight with anybody right now, and maybe get some extra TP for your bunghole so you're not down fighting people for the last roll or box or bag of can of crap. Poison, corn syrup, and sugar, pretty much. Maltodextrin, monosodium glutamate, which box, bag, or can flavored poison would you like today? You want the 1,000,000 cal burger, 1,000 cal burger in your meats? Maybe we'll do that deli with the rainbow on it. Taste the rainbow of fruit flavor, kind of like Skittles, huh? Anyways, lots of red dye, Yellow Lake number 5 or blue or whatever. They're all poison pretty much. So which kind of poison would you like today? Or would you want to fight people for the last box of it, So, but anyways, there are ways to beat the system, and it's to become your own system. They're going to be the only way. And if you're not willing to do that, and you're probably not already doing it, you're not going to do it. You need to start right now. You can start with just something like this. This is like a video game. This is a dinner for, one night of dinner. This is 100,000 gallons of water filtration, personal filter. You'll never buy another one ever again in your whole life. You could probably share this with somebody and still have enough for both of you. I don't know. What's your plans? Sit here and fight people for teepee? For the last teepee for your bunghole, last roll of toilet paper? How smart is that? So I don't know what people are waiting for, listeners, but me, I'm not waiting. I already live at my bug out. You know what I'm saying? I already live at my bug out. You're not going to go to your bug out. You're not going to make it. 99% of you people will not make it to your bug out. And if you do, you'll have to unalive 20 or 30 people to come out where I live. I live in the country. You smell like this city when you get out here. Remember, in the country, we got backhoes and, we got scopes and backhoes. So I recommend you find yourself a nice place. Kentucky's a good state to live in. A little too far to the east for me, a little too sticky and muggy, but I loved Kentucky when I was there. I've been to all 50 states. And so, but anyways, there's one of the better states to actually live in the union, where they'll actually support, Second Amendment rights. And you got the Ozark, you got a lot of people up there that don't want to do anything with the system, and they speak their own language up there. It's called Ozark. You don't speak it, do you? And I know you ain't from around here. All deep off in that dirty, man. Good people do dirty things. You do. I'll do the same. Against the grain, way I came. Whole lot of people ain't got shit to say. Okay, never mind. I'm going to stop going. I remember being back east, and it's a whole different lifestyle back there, brothers, sisters. I apologize. Yeah, I'm not. What am I saying? Ozarks. That's I'm still thinking about my brothers in the Carolinas over there. I apologize. My bad. So I'm thinking about Dabu too. You know who Dabu is, because he's got a spot in the why did I say Ozarks? Yeah, Missouri along the Ozarks into, you got the Appalachians in Alabama, but definitely there is Appalachian. But spent some time in Alabama. It's so sticky there, guys. I lived in Indiana for years. My son was born there. That place is where you go outside and you take a shower and all of a sudden you go outside and it's sticky, icky. So, but anyways, people get used to it. I remember being back there. It's just something like anywhere else. It just takes some getting used to. But anyways, there are mountain ranges again. You've got a lot of people, like I said, they're tucked up in a lot of these, hills, and they don't speak, valley, if you will. They're tucked deep in the mountains, and they don't want anything to do with people. You've got people who live out in the country, and they don't want anything to do with city slickers. They don't want anything to do with people who are, not prepared. You live out in the country, you have extra food. You don't run to the store every day to get groceries. You don't run to the store every week. You probably hunt and grow some of your own food. You have a bit of self-sufficiency. People come up smelling like the city. I am saying that people won't get help, but probably not as much as they think. You think you're going to come out to some country town and, it's not going to offend well for you. If you're going to run out in the middle of the woods when you don't know how to either hunt or trap or, skin a buck without, ruining all the meat, you're going to struggle. And you're not going to be some Rambo where you're going to go out there by yourself. So the best thing you can do is find like-minded people right now and make a plan to bug in. How about that? Because you ain't going nowhere. If you're not at your bug out right now, you're not going anywhere. You're not going to make it. You're not going to make it. So I guarantee less than a fraction of 1% is going to be able to get out of these cities because they're already starting these lockdowns. So let's get this back to the point. Why are people not speaking up about what just happened with the current regime signing an executive order to sweep Americans off the street because they're poor or homeless and put them in treatment camps? What's wrong with poor people? What kind of treatment do poor people need? How do you treat somebody for being poor? How do you treat somebody for being homeless? What's the treatment for not being in the lower classes? And now you have to be put in some kind of treatment because you're not. Remember his Genius Act? I think he said they named it after he's. Eventually, if you're not to society, brothers, sisters, I'm telling you, you're not going to make it in this current administration. And you got a long way to go before this guy's out of there. So it ain't like you're going to just tiptoe your way around this. They're coming for this certain people right now. Maybe there's something they don't like about you. Maybe you're not pretty enough. Maybe you don't have blonde hair and blue eyes. Boy, haven't we done this before? Maybe you're a Christian. Are you one of those Christian idiots? Believing a Sky Daddy Jesus? Take your Sky Daddy Jesus and go somewhere else, you idiot. Religious puke. Get out of my face. I don't do religion. There's a lot of things going on right now, and I think that's the last thing that I'd be messing with. It was the church that hung Christ. And you're going to be hanging out in the church when he returns. Huh? Good. Let's see how that works out for you. I'm not going to try to change you. Don't worry about it. You can go ahead and scuffle off to your little, whatever ism that you're into. Mormonism, Calvinism, or your Catholicism, Satanism. They're all isms, and they're all follow after this Baphomet Jesus. The one with 3 genders, birthed in the middle of the winter. April Fools. The new year does not start in the middle of the winter. It's not 2025. You don't live on a planet. Stop it. You're going to have to go somewhere else. You fell into the wrong place here because we don't do that in here. Go take your little sky daddy God somewhere else. Father has ever existed in flesh, nor does he have breasts, and he doesn't exist in the sky. He said to meet him in the sky. And that's not above your head, you idiot. Neither is heaven. Hell's not below your feet, and neither is earth. So stop going after your other Jesus and your other gospel. Remember, Lord means master, and that's a pagan term. So people don't know Christ. I guarantee if you don't know these two words, halakha or haggadah, you don't know Christ. You don't know Shiloh, so don't ever speak a word about it till you go back and study it. He is the word, remember, not some book means Bible. So you might want to read the words that are in there and the actual define the words that are in that book. Because if you change even a jot or a tittle, then you don't know the book. There's only one version that's accepted, and there's hundreds of them that are not, that are watered down milk. You're just getting the meat. Guess what I feed you? You ever read the book of Malachi? You might want to read that book. You know, maybe go see Brother Jim. He'll get your iron back out there, you know, steam pressure. So, is Jesus God? Well, neither of those words exist in the text, so I'm not sure what you're talking about, apologetics. I study out of the original text, and there's no such thing as the letter J in Hebrew, or is there in Greek. So I don't know. Jesus is not Jesus, and we're not fighting over a letter in here, okay? I mean, that's stupid, and it's ridiculous. But God is a title. Doesn't say God. Never says God. So these words you use aren't in the book. So if you're using words that are not accepted, I don't accept words. And we can talk about them, but that just shows that you need to go back and probably read the text and study out of the interlinear texts. There's only one accepted text. Everything else has been rejected, the 22 that were not canonized back in the 12th century. So if you're not reading the 12th century version of the text that was canonized, where they take each word and take out one word at a time and define, that's called a lexicon in the Old Testament Hebrew. Greek, New Testament, English is a dictionary. They define the book. The words, they were written on tablets of stone. They were never actually written on paper. You have it so easy. You do. You have salvation. You have redemption. You have repentance. The wages of one sin under the Old Testament was death, one. If you rip Christ down from the tree, not cross, nobody hung on a cross, nobody carried crosses, you idiot. Where the hell have you been learning? Hell is no knowledge. That's what hell is. Hell's not below your feet. Let me get you that straight with you. By definition, hell is the word bis, B-Y-S-S, like revelation. I'm already in hell. Are you? It says my people. Are you? It says my people shall perish for lack of abyss. I'm in the abyss. You're going to get burned of your knowledge. You're going to even have a jot left. People in hell want ice water, don't they? Like the living water out right now. On Fomahawk, the fish. So, yeah, I'm living out in the middle of the desert, guys. Like I said, we've been having some energy coming from the sun. So we're blessed to even be here today. Seriously, we've had a weakened magnetosphere since the 1800s. One of these days, this inner web is not going to come back up. They've got their system in play. Don't worry about it. But you're going to have to go on the new system. Maybe there'll just be no more Google search. How about that? You'll still be able to navigate, but you won't be able to actually search anything anymore. Like that, there'll be no more search engine. Imagine that. An internet without a search engine. How would that work? Exactly the way I want it to. Go to this window, click. Go to that window, click. You ain't going out the window. Stay in line. So, be a good slave. Do what you're told. Stand on the X. Put on your face diaper. Participate in the masquerade. If you don't put on this little face diaper, you don't like old people and you want to unalive them. You're a bad citizen. You're bad. We're going to have to socially credit score you. Now, did you just cross that street illegally? You can't ride public transportation anymore. Little robot over here is going to escort you to your new facility. We're going to re-educate you on crossing the street properly. Welcome to America. Pretty much, right? So how about this? Would you like to see my definition of law enforcement in your pagan lunar calendar of 2025? Because it's not 2025. I'll just use your idiotic calendar because you're a Satanist and you like worshiping after the Sex Pistol Jesus birthed in the middle of the winter. What? Never mind. What was the question here? Somebody's got a question. We'll go back to it. What's the question here? Is Jesus God? Well, once again, Jesus is not written in the text. Which Jesus do you speak of? Because Paul, if you speak in translation, Paul said there were two Jesus. So which Jesus are you speaking of? And even if I'm not mistaken, the Hamashiach, which means Messiah, he said there were many Jesus, many Christ. So which Jesus are you speaking of? Because most people don't know my love. They know some other Jesus that Paul spoke of. That's the Christ that most people go after. The other Jesus. And there's no J's in Hebrew, but we'll use the translated name of Yeshua, Yahuwah, Yeshua, Bahim, Hamashiach. I know these names, but he said, I am. Right? He said before Abraham was, I am. Correct? So just let's be clear. There's more than one Jesus in the text. And that really upsets religious idiots. And an idiot is not an insult. I'm not calling somebody and insulting them. They just don't know the definition. That's why they're so offended, because they lack a definition. He said, my people shall perish for lack of knowledge. So you should know which Jesus you're talking about, because once again, if you don't know the term halakha or haggadah, you don't know Jesus. I guarantee you are going after the other Jesus. Well, you're probably a Satanist. Satanist means adversary. Don't get all offended on me. Hang out here for a second. I don't sup with vipers. I won't let you stay here long. Okay, we'll throw you out of here real quick. That's what he says. Love thy enemy like thy neighbor, like thy love thyself. So we'll see if you're a bad apple, you're going to upset the whole apple cart. Little leaven's the whole lump. We won't have you here. But you got to understand, if you don't know the words halakha or haggadah, you don't know who Jesus Christ, the Hamashiach, birth of Bethlehem, right? So if you know anybody who's celebrating birth dates, that's what you know as Satanist. If you never met a Satanist in your life, you didn't know if you've ever known a Satanist. Do you know anybody who celebrates birthdays? That's a Satanist. There's only two birth dates in all of Scripture. One is Satan and one was Herod. He was trying to kill Satan. I think I already answered your question. Don't call me sir, okay? I work for a living for the ministry. So thanks for your time, but I'm not a sir. Okay? So, and I think I already answered your question. You didn't answer mine. I went back and answered the question that you asked with a question mark, and I've been going over it for how many minutes? Are you deaf or hard of hearing? Or are you just an ass, or you can't be learned, like stubborn, like a mule? That's what an ass is, somebody who has an unwillingness to learn. I don't know if your hearing aids turned down, or if you didn't hear me, or I'm just skipping out like rocks. Like you can kick rocks or skip, pound, or kick sand, or kick rocks until they turn into sand, pound sand. He said, don't build your house on sinking sand. He said he's the rock, the Petra. So you might ask me a question again, but I think I already asked your question. So, but anyways, so moving on. So Ozzy forever. Ozzy's a Satanist, and like Hulk Hogan, another Satanist, like your Christian friend, Satanist. You know anybody who worships Jesus Christ? That's a Satanist. Birthed in the middle of the winter, that's Satan. Satan. Mithra, the sun god, that's Satan. Birthed on December 25th, 100% Satan. No disputing that Satan. They had a celebration for a whole week. He's the orgy Jesus. Would you like me to call it like it is and tell it like it is with your little wheel worship where you go round and round like ring around the rosy? That's what that is. The transgender Jesus, if you will. Right? Birthed on December 25th. They had an orgy for a whole week where they'd have sex with beast men and women. It was an orgy. This was the time of Rome. Don't you remember? No. They banned. You know what I'm saying? Ozzy was more kind than you. Get out of here, Joe. You're an idiot. All rich people and all famous people go to hell. So you don't know your ass from a hole in the ground. That means ass means a stubborn or an unwillingness to learn. So all rich people go to hell. All famous people go to hell. So get out of here, Jill. I don't want you in here anymore. Thanks for your time. Don't let the door hit you or the good Lord split you. Okay, Miss Potato Head, you can take your lips and stick them on Mr. Potato Head or whatever. Go, get out of here. So, well, that's what it is. It's Jesus Christ birthed in the middle of the winter. Baphomet. Baphomet. You know, the one birthed on December 25th. Baal in the Grove, sun worship and tree worship. That's what Baal in the Grove is. That's what Donald Trump has his house decorated with, Apollyon the sun god, Satan. MAGA is the high priest of the Satan church. Hello. Some of these MAGA idiots are jumping ship, aren't they? Never thought I'd see that day. Huh? He said, come out over my people. They surely weren't reading those Trump Bibles now, were they? The guy sells Trump Bibles, guys, with the Pledge of Allegiance. I don't pledge my allegiance to a flag. I take craps on flags, burn them, piss on them, and use them as toilet paper. I'm a veteran. I didn't take an oath to no flag. I took an oath to the Constitution. God protected Constitution, not no idiocracy country. I hate this country. I hate what it's become. I don't have to like this country. This country is filthy, disgusting swine. All we've done is just rape nations and drop freedom and democracy bombs on people for over 50 years because they didn't pay for oil with the U.S. dollar. So I don't want to hear it. Get over it. I'm a veteran. You don't like it? Too bad. I protected your First Amendment right. Someone needs to speak up. The only way you're going to actually admit that you have a problem, right? Or if there's a problem, if you'd actually admit that there's something wrong. That's why this country is crumbling. Because nobody wants to admit that anything's wrong. They just want to play Team America and everything's awesome when you're part of the team. So get out of here, play. You're an idiot. You ain't never been out of the country. Do you know how many countries you can go live to on $1,000, live like a freaking king? Get out of here, child. What are you, one of these Americans ain't never even left the country? Grow up. The country is in shambles. And the people are probably one of the worst things about the country. There's good people here, just like there's good people all over this rock, but these people are supposed to be the most freest nation. You know, in the 70s, we're the biggest creditor nation. Oh, well, until they took us off the gold standard, huh? And now we're the biggest creditor nation. You know, $37 trillion. They print $1 trillion. Well, 1.5, because that won't cover it anymore with interest every 100 days. So shut up. This country is in shambles. It's crumbling. So you like the content, subscribe or leave. Go somewhere else. I'm not here to try to make numbers. Like I said, I throw 20,000 people out of here sometimes a month, sometimes a week. My moderators have the hardest job on YouTube. I'm surprised they're freaking not look like Arnold Schwarzenegger. They throw so many people out of here just like you. So you can leave now. I'm not here to impress you. And it's not about you. Don't worry about it because I'm not talking to you. You think I'm talking to you, don't you? So anyways. So I cannot like the country and still help the country, right? By speaking up and saying, hey, we got problems and we need to help them out. And we got to, you know, we've got brothers and sisters to our north here that care about our country too, that are affected by what happens right down here. And people to the south too. Like we let all these people come in for decades and now we're kicking them all out. I hate this country so much right now. I just seen some Iranian doctor with his freaking daughter in the car. He's been here for decades. His visa expired. So fucking what? He's not a criminal. Oh, we're going to take criminals out of here. Yeah, right. See, guys, it's a slippery slope that they're, and none of these people are identifying who they are. None of them are wearing any badges. Not all of them are ICE. They're freaking bounty hunters. A lot of them are corrections officers. These are Americans, brothers, sisters. You know, you have rights in this country, whether you're a citizen or not. So if you don't know this constitutional right, then get out of my chat right now. I don't care. I took a note to the Constitution. We let these people, we flew people in for decades. During the Obama administration, 44, remember, 80% of the people coming across this border were other than Mexican. So I don't hear about Mexicans. Shut up. I love Latino people. They're amazing people. Familia, they have a better, you know, I guarantee I could put 5 or 6 Mexicans in a 1-bedroom apartment and they'll get their freaking deposit back in 6 months. You put 60 Americans in there, I don't care about your nationality. You'll tear that son of a, there'll be holes in the wall. Half of you be on Mexican Americans doing your Adderall, be playing video games, collecting food stamps, bitching about dirty Mexicans all day. And these people sleep, shower right next to each other. They smell nice, dress nice, pay taxes. Some of them pay Social Security and don't get any benefits. Some have been paying for decades. So shut up. These are people. I don't care if they got a piece of paper. That's like you getting a traffic ticket. Go off. It's not like they're a criminal. Move on. Go somewhere else. Whatever, it's America. I didn't say you had to move out of the damn country and say get out of here. I'd rather bring a bunch of people here to my house. I couldn't get for the last 10 years any Americans to come here. Not one American would come here and work with me. I'd go to the border right now. I bet you I'd pick up better people who would appreciate these cabins that I built out here. Yeah. Bunch of weak-ass Americans don't give a shit about these people in this country. These governments gave these people checks, cleared out Venezuelan prisons, not Mexicans. You're an idiot. You have known nothing about the demographics of what have come across this border in decades. I grew up right on the border. So I don't want to hear your crap. Get out of here, Dakota. You're an idiot. Dakota, you're a child. You don't care about humanity at all. Okay? So don't talk shit, Dakota, okay? Nobody cares about you. You're a child. You don't care about people within this country, okay? You don't care about anybody in this country. If you did, you'd be doing something about it. You'd be speaking up. You'd have your own YouTube channel. How many YouTube channels do you have? I have 6. I've been doing this for 12 years on this platform, okay? This ain't my first rodeo. I care about people. They're doing this, brothers and sisters. They just passed an executive order to take homeless off the street. Homeless people. What the fuck is wrong with being homeless? Why? It's illegal to be homeless at all except for 2 states. You know that? What's the cure for homelessness? What's the cure for being poor? Dakota, shut up, see? This is the kind of people you're going to have to deal with. No heart, no brain. People! People with a breathing heartbeat that bleed just like you, that have needs just like you. I bet you Dakota ain't never missed a meal in his life. I don't aspire to have a YouTube channel. Okay, well, your name is Pepsi. What kind of idiot would have a name of some freaking, you know, they use Pepsi and Coke as pest control in other country, you idiot. Your name is poison. I'll know you by your name. Your name is filthy, disgusting. If you drink soda, get the fuck out of here. Stop drinking this crap. It's poison. I know it's hard to stop drinking, but stop drinking it. You know anything about carbonic acid? I know. Okay, have it for a treat. But if you drink it every day, go. I don't want to hang out with people who drink soda every day. I care about my body enough to, you know, at least mention it. And you know what? That's fine. If that's a deal breaker with you, then that's fine. Just don't speak about and have a stupid name like soda. Soda. My name is Pepsi. My name's Jolt. My name's Like Cola. Remember Like Cola? Probably not. Get away, child. Go away. Oh, remember Trump's going to put cane back in the soda now. Oh, Coca-Cola's going to get cane sugar in it. Yeah, right. Like they care about you. I heard somebody say, oh, why don't they just put the original formula back in it? So, water. Berkey. Water. That's what I drink. Water. How about Kat wouldn't even know? Tell me what the word love means, Kat. You're on this. Everybody look at Kat. Sprung on the cat. You like a one-eyed cat, like a little brown hole, little stink hole, little pie hole? Let somebody give Kat a rim job here. Cat? Speak up there, one-eyed cat. Speak up, one-eyed cat. Get out of here, Pepsi. You're an idiot. You have a name Pepsi, so you got to go. No Coke, Pepsi. So, no, we're not going to bite you. So, speak up, cat. Come on. Speak up. Tell me what love means. You say you feel love is. Tell me what the word love is. That's not love. You don't know what love is. Like love for my dog. I love my doggy. I love my boy. He was the dad. I love my kitties. I want my other poppin'. I want my other poppin'. And my boy. So my guy. That's my dingo. It's my dingo. Oh, hey, watch it, dingo. He likes to use his nose. He tries to hurt everybody. So, okay, anyways, let's move on here. So do you have any your family members that are poor? Do you have any family members that are homeless? You know, they might be sweeping them up and putting them in treatment. What's the treatment for being poor? What's the treatment for being homeless? How do you treat somebody for being homeless when, you know, the average home in Bend, Oregon sold for $800,000? $800,000 in Bend, Oregon. Every third home sold for $1 million. What's the cure for homelessness? Yeah, I'm speaking up. I'm raising my voice. This pisses me off, actually. I'm not okay with this because this makes me right. And they've already been doing this, but now it's in your face. I've been warning that this was going to come, and now it's here. It's here, brothers and sisters. It's here. This is it. This is how this is going to start. And it already started years ago. Like I said, where the hell are all the people from San Francisco that none of you in this room give a flying about? None of you care about the people in San Francisco, but I do. Where are they? Where are these people? I don't care if they were strung out on fentanyl. They're people. And they weren't all strung out on fentanyl. Who do you think brings it in the country? Who's the biggest dealer of all of it on this rock? You got to do something now, brothers and sisters. These are your fellow Americans that they are literally just now pulling off the street because they're fucking homeless. Apologize for my cursing, but I don't know. I've tried to keep my tongue. No, they're all gone. They're all gone. They disappeared them overnight. You don't know anything I'm talking about. Gone! Every one of them, never to be seen again. Homeless, feces in the streets so thick, fitting just everywhere. Motorhomes. Motorhomes. I've had a commercial license. You know, I've dealt with larger vehicles. Where the hell did all those motorhomes go? What about all the tents? You know, there's not one single video footage, not one single footage of all those people in San Francisco that all disappeared, and still to this day, nobody talks about it, and not one of them has been seen since. Nobody cares, but I'm going to keep mentioning it over and over again. Over and over again, brothers and sisters. Where did these people go? Gee, I wonder. These are people. They did it in San Francisco and nobody gave a crap, brothers and sisters. So now that's why I find this very alarming that if they did it in San Francisco, and like I said, look at what San Francisco looked like, brothers and sisters, before. This is when Xi Jinping came to Chinatown in San Francisco. They did the same damn thing before the games in Beijing for the Winter Games. They did it in their streets overnight. They cleaned up the streets.
overnight. They did it right in our own country. And you know what that tells me? They could have done it at any time before that. And how long has this been? So, brothers, sisters, we have a lot of facilities that are underneath your feet, just so you know. Yeah, see, it's not just happening here. It's happening to my brothers and sisters in the north. Justin Castrol, remember him? I mean, Fidel, yeah, he does the same thing up there. They're doing it down in Mexico. They're doing this everywhere, brothers and sisters. You know what I'm saying? This is not... I believe the encampment they followed our group harassing. So, brothers and sisters, I don't want to see American people taken off the streets and being used for the government's tools. They've done this before. They did it during World War II. They interned American citizens. It was the Waltons. It was Walmart, brothers and sisters. You better go back and watch what this channel has been putting out. There's no other YouTube channel that has been putting out what this specific blog is putting out. The 923. Not 923, the date of 923, the 923 executive orders. 923 falls every year at the equinox. Equal day, equal night, 323, 923, 623, 1223. You might go back and watch this channel. I cover things on this channel that no other channel is covering. Not one. If you find somebody who's covering it, then drop links. But nobody's covered what I've covered here, what they're getting ready to do with this 923, 1945 ritual that's already happening. They're already doing this. That's what I told you to watch for this, interning American citizens and putting them into some kind of, they call them treatment center, brothers, sisters. What the hell do you treat homeless people for? Now, if they have a drug problem, but not everybody on the streets has a drug problem. Yes, this is the World War II ritual. Thank you, Nathan. And now we're seeing it replayed as World War III. All right, yes, somebody's getting it. They're redoing this 1945 ritual all over again, brothers, sisters. They interned American citizens during World War II, brothers, sisters, and put them into work camps. Japanese not born in Japan. Their parents were born in Japan. They were born in America. They put American citizens into slave labor camps during World War II. Everybody's forgotten about it, brothers, sisters, but it didn't mean that it didn't happen, and it doesn't mean that they won't do it again. And this is how it starts. Come out here, Derek. Come out where I'm at, Derek. You can come out here if you have an RV. I have property you can park on if you need to. I have property here. You need to park. You need to get away. This is the time. There's no more time to sit around and bullshit, put around. Find like-minded people who don't want to fight the system anymore and actually want to become their own system. They ain't some hippie commune, nothing like that. Find like-minded people. So I'm in Silver Lake, Oregon. You can buy a piece of property. I can help you out here. You know, you don't have to come on my property. I have other properties. I can find you land owner finance property out here. I have a property for sale right now. I have a property up for 5-acre property for sale. I have possibly for a 20-acre parcel for sale. I sold Kevin the part. He's the only person to ever come out here, and I sold him the 20 acres right next to me. So Kevin's working on his cabin right now. We went and picked up material for Kevin's cabin today. We got them all lined out. He's solar. He's got a way better system than I do, but he's got a little more, ability to have funds. I don't care about money any. So, but anyways, there are places where guys you can live where you don't get harassed, where you can live in an RV and they won't mess with you. There are places. I got people on my property that nobody'd even see you. You know what I'm saying? I brought somebody and I've known for 10 years to the back of my property. He's like, dude, I didn't even know you had any of this back here. Oh, what the hell is this? So, cool. You'll be a find out, Derek. There's work out here, Derek. There's work. Can you work on cars? I'm telling you, I can get you. I'll help you get a job. Like we'll put you to work. Well, if you want to, if anybody can work on cars right now, guys, I guarantee you can work you can make $300 to $500 a day out here. There's no mechanics in this town. I live in a country town and the farmers pick up all the mechanics and pay them top wage. Like, why do you want to work on the desert floor? You can come work on my big barn and work on my big tractor for $100 an hour, $125 an hour. I'll teach you how to work on a Komatsu. I'll teach you how to work on a John Deere. I'll teach you, and like, hell, I ain't laying in that dusty desert no more. So, but there is work out here, guys. There's farm work out here, swathers, there's farmers that raise cattle. I live on the pivots where they raise the cattle for this Angus farm over here that we have, and they bring them onto this, to this pivots where I'm at, this 160 acre pivots back here. So, but there are places out here where you can live, and you want to get here now, Derek. You want to get here now if you can, because you won't get harassed out here. You know what I'm saying? You won't get harassed. You can make it out here, and I could probably get you into a property for a couple $100 a month. You know what I'm saying? I'd say to mine for, I've got property, like I said, I can sell, and Silver Lake, Oregon, guys. You can buy property out here on land sale. There's a lot of people come out here, guys, and just live in an RV with a solar panel, and I did that the first year I was out here, and I put I built a front on my RV, and I put a wood stove out there, and I just used the door, and I kept myself warm all winter long. I'm in a cabin, you know what I'm saying, right now. Yeah, I know it's hard down there, man. You can find 10 acres out here for probably, it depends on where it's at. If you want to live way out of town and you don't want to live near anybody, I could probably find you a 10 acre parcel for $15,000, $20,000. Maybe less. My parcel is, because it's right next to the school. I have mine up for $29,000 right now, and I just dropped $10,000 off of that property. I paid $47,000 for this 20. I gave Kevin this property for half of that, even less than half of that, because I just wanted a good neighbor. I paid more for the property than I gave it to Kevin for, but I needed to pay this off. I wanted to pay this ministry off. I don't want the land payment. You know what I'm saying? This ministry is supposed to serve other people. I'm all done working. I don't need to own land. I never bought this property I'm all done owning things, guys. If you ever been around me, I have things, but I don't care about stuff. It's, what I'd rather have to see. I'd rather have a solar panel, a wind turbine, a generator, things that I need. And but I don't need those. I have those things. So, and even if I don't have the greatest, I still have things that, I can work on and things like that. So, but you can make it out here, guys. There's ways you can come out here and cut firewood and make a good living out here. If you're an honest man or woman and you can go up into the woods and cut firewood, there's more people needing firewood out here than there is, and the trees are right here. I'm right off the wood line. In 15 minutes, we can be cutting trees. There's plenty of work here. People say there's not, but that's because they don't want to work. They want to sit out here and collect a Social Security check. Actually, this is a place, I want to let you know, it's not very community oriented. That's pretty good pricing groundwater. So, and I have a well drilling kit. So if somebody came out here and they were serious about it, there's water out in this valley within 100 feet everywhere you go. There's pivots everywhere. You look at the records. Oh, there's a water shortage. There ain't no water shortage out here. There's freaking pivots everywhere. You could stab down 100 feet almost anywhere and hit water in this valley. There's Crater Lake feeds Anna Reservoir, which is right down here. Crater Lake. So there is a massive, they just discovered one of the biggest bodies of water under the Cascades. We're not short water in Oregon. Okay. We got plenty of water here. You can catch water off of the water, and it's been pretty wet out here compared to the years past, but it's nice because it's not over. Guys, the outside of this place is unbelievable right now. I cannot believe how much grass and, I go out there and hang out with you guys, but it is so freaking, let me take you outside. I think a couple of you guys can see what it looks like out here. We're in the cabin. I built this cabin out of a semi-trailer, tractor trailer. It's all real thick. A lot of these boards are a lot bigger than they look in person. Like these are like 10-inch boards, and every board comes from a different location. So I got stuff poking out my walls. And anyway, but here's the composting, waterless toilet here. Nature's head. I got a bathroom, like you guys. There's a shower, medicine cabinet, all that good stuff. Hey, there's me. Hey. Now, behind here is an all stand-up, on-demand hot water heater, all slate tile. All the walls in this thing are all old. Everything in here is repurposed. I like this weathered look. That's the way I choose to do it. But a shot of the whiteboard where we do all the teaching out here. This is the studio. And, of course, all the books that we study from here. We got lots of books that we're always studying for. We got a massive library back in the back here, too. And so, but let's go outside. We'll take a look outside here. Here's the wood stove, how I heat during the winter months. Keep all the cabin warm. We got one of these fans. I built all the hearth out of pavers, like pavers you put in your garden. So they go all the way to the ceiling. Like I said, I'm kind of a weirdo. I do weird things out here, but anyway, it's got a kitchen, full kitchen here. This is the kitchen area. This is where all my, I wanted a pinstripe wall, so I used beams. Look how big this board is. No, it's not too bad. It's actually been pretty mild out here. So let's go out the front of the cabin, let the puppies out here. So, I mean, it has gotten cold, but it ain't got cold out here in a lot of years. So anyways, here's the front of the cabin. I built this out of a semi-trailer, as you can see. It's a tractor trailer. And this is what I recommend everybody do out here, because this gets you up off the ground. The tires are still on this semi-trailer. Obviously, I built this one because this one's old. Like I got this one over here for Kevin, and I sold this Wabash out here, and it's got newer. We're getting a storm coming in, guys. Check yeah, look at these skies. I'm turning pink and peach colored out here already. The skies in this freaking county are phenomenal. Look at this yellow back here. This is not even the sun. This is from the sun going down over here. Look at this yellow rim on these clouds, guys. Look at what it does out here. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this crap right here, guys. You ever seen the clouds look like that? That's up north. Hood River's up north. But look at this, guys. Look at the color of these clouds. I've been to all 50 states. I've never seen anything like this state before. So here's a shot at the out here right now, because we moved all the livestock. But if I get a few more people out here, this is where all the chickens and the rabbits stay. This is the original shower room. There's my kitty. The original shower room out here. This is a room in here that's got it's got mirrors in it, and it's got hog wire, and it has some matte flooring in it. But it's a shower room. A lot of people think it's an outhouse, but it's not an outhouse. It's a shower. So you can take a shower in here. You put that up at the top. Up here, there's a spot, and when I had it here, because I have this up here right now, and I'd let what are you doing, pretty girl? Hi, my pretty girl. Hi, sweet pea. Hi, little girl. Hi, little girl. Yeah, the tree line's right here, right behind me. So, but anyways, this came down here, and then I put the cooler up here and let it sit up there all day to get hot, and then I could come in here and take a shower inside here, and I could shut this. You got your whatever, and we took it out. But one of the shower rooms we got, and look at this. You can see outside and take a shower with the windows. That's the roof inside the shower. So, anyways, we'll move on here. Woo, we're starting to get some color. You like my doorknob? This is how that I lock my doorknob. But look at our sky here. We're starting to get some color in our sky. There's a little shot of the cabin here. But look at all this green. Look at all this here. I need to get the goats back out here, man. Holy crap. Everything is grown up out here. But the tree line's right here. This all the woods right here. All this, all this. Oh, look at this. We're getting look at this, guys. We're starting to get a storm coming in here. friggin' rights, boys. Coming over the top of that, down by the, back here by the, I've got another cabin back here. There's another cabin right here. This is the Rusty Dragon right over here. This is the Rusty Cowboy right here. And that's the Rusty Butterfly back here. So we'll walk back here. I'll show you. We got a storm going back here. Coming over this hill. Look at this. Heck yeah. Yeah, it's right here. It's coming. Woohoo! This is where we bust up all our firewood, and we'll get that all filled up for the end. I built this woodshed last year because I used to put all the underneath the cabin. But this is where we're going to do this keeps it out of the way. Let's go over here. Let's go look at our ladies. See what the ladies are doing here. See how the ladies are doing. Oh yeah, they're doing good. Hey ladies. Oh yeah, she's looking pretty. This one broke. This one fell down and busted. It was as tall as this one right here, but we lost that portion. Oh well, things happen. So this one we've had for a little while. She's getting pretty. Can you smell how pretty? Ooh, I can smell her. She smells so pretty. So, but they're doing good. Like I said, I broke that one. Oops. Oh well, things happen. This one got pretty shocked too. This one didn't do so well, but it's bouncing back. It's starting to come back. We got some more time. Hi, buddy boy. Hi. All right. Anyway, so here we're out here in the valley. They're all right. I used to grow medicinally, and that's just something, just something to grow. I haven't grown in many years. Look at this storm coming in, guys. Look at this storm right over here. What are you doing, Patter boy? There's the Rusty Butterfly back there. Another building out here. Here's the water tank where we store our water. We got lots of water storage tanks all over the place. So, let's see how full we are here. Oh yeah, that water's right there. So where are we at? We got about 1,300 gallons in the hole. Don't you fall in there, kitty girl. Don't you fall in there, kitty girl. Don't you dare fall in there. You don't want to get in there, girl. All right, there we go. There's a water tank. Kitty girl's like, what is Dad doing there? What's Dad doing? Huh, pretty girl? What are you doing, my pretty little girl? You're my prettiest little girl. Come here. Come here, sweetheart. Come here, sweetie. Come here, girl. Oh, there she's my girl. So let's go over here and look at go over here and check out the Rusty Dragon. Or you guys want to come out? You guys, puppies are going to get loud. Go ahead. No. No. Stop it. Stop it. Pants. Bone, all done. All done. All done. Thank you. Go, Pants, go, Pants, go, Pants, go! Go, Pants, go, Pants, go, Pants, go! Go, Pants, go! He wants to play tag. He wants to play tag. So, all right, this is the wood shed that I built out here last year. We'll go over here to the Rusty Dragon. Oh, Tag, you're it. Tag, you're it. Pants is it. Pants is it. Go, yatter boy. Here comes the kittens. Yeah, it's pretty green out here. Here comes the other kittens. This is the cabin that we're in here. This is the doggone saloon where all the dog houses are. I'm going to probably be moving this building and rebuilding it, attaching it onto this building here. and disassembling this and getting it away from the cabin. I'm probably going to go ahead and redo this front of this again. This changed it up when I got to replace these windows in the front of it. So look at this cool piece of stained glass. Somebody gave me, I was out on a, look at how it is. I was thinking about maybe bringing that and working that into the, I'll show you where I'm going to take it. Watch it, kitten boy. Watch it, kitten boy. So let's go back over here. We'll take you over here to the Rusty Dragon, where we still got lots of building material out here to build on. So we built a whole other cabin out of this material right here. I know I'm walking out. Don't you see where I'm at there, goofball? I'm out in the middle of the desert. Oh! Hi, girl. All right, so look at here. Look at some of these beams here. Going back around here. Lots of building material to still build out with. No, I don't. I work for myself. I'm a farmer, so that's what I do. I've been building out these buildings here to rent these cabins to do cabin rental now. I originally built the buildings, had people come out here and live with me, but nobody ever came out to live with me. So I started doing building out all these cabins. So it's probably pretty dark in there right now. I don't think we'll be able to see in there right now because I don't have a. We'll poke our head in there and see what she looks like. Probably not. You might be able to see a little bit in here. But this is the, look at the kittens in here. It's got a wood stove and a fireplace. You can't see, it's pretty dark in here, but this is one of the buildings that I've been building out here to rent out. And it's a lot of, some of the back of it's got all this old rusty material. I could do hauling jobs, Nathan, because I have a flatbed. Yeah, I apologize. That's, let's see if we can turn the light on here. Hold on. Oh, it says I can't turn on flashlight during, but where's my light? Can I turn on lighting? Relight on. There we go. Now you can kind of see it. So this is the wood stove. I know it's not the best, but hey, now what happened to my light? Lighting. Relight on. How come it's not turning on? There we go. All right, here we go. Now we can see. So this is the wood stove. I ended up building this rock hearth for it. And it's got all this big, large material. And it goes all the way up to the top. Up here. I did all this rock work here. I've got to finish this inside of this cell here. But the back of this is all this really nice seafoam material. It's all repurposed. And then the top is a loft. So there's a bed. We're going to be a bedroom. The bedroom will come up here. You'll get up here, you know, and the bedroom will be lofted up here. I'm going to put this green. Well, that's blurry as heck, isn't it? Up on the roof. And then this material here, right here, is going to come and go all along here. So all this larger material, that's what all this is laying in the back. So let's get out of here. The quality is horrible. So, but all the flooring, there's metal inside the floor. I put metal hooks inside and did all kinds of different older, real thick slate tile. It's different. So anyway, there's a shot. Still got some more work inside this building. Need to get my butt in gear and get it done. So let's turn this light off. Cool. All right. So, little look at what we're doing in there. All right. Little shot of the building that I was in here. So this is the building I just came out of. This is the Rusty Dragon here. It gets its name right here from this dragon up behind me here. So this dragon here, you can see the dragon there at the dragon head. The Rusty Dragon. So there's a shot of the building here. Where's Tango? This is one of the cabin rentals that I'll be renting out here. I got to get this thing done probably here in the next week or two. I'm hopefully be getting all this legal crap taken care of here, and I'll get off my fourth point of contact and get more done out here. So, little shot of the Rusty Dragon, another one of the buildings that I built out here. Again, back there in the back is the back there. That's that building right there. The store in front. And then over here is the surround. This is the, oh, come on now. You want to see my ugly mug. Oh, that was windy out here. Look around. Thanks for coming in. Whoa, we're live. Hey, hope not. All right, here we are. So let's go back around. We'll walk around here. We'll have us another windy. You'll just have to deal with the wind. The kitties are following us. See, Tango! Tango! Oh, I gotta find my big dog. Probably somewhere out in the bushes running around. We've got our little turbines. When you come in the property, there's action here at the front of the property. We're walking out the front gate. Tango! Tango! Ooh, look at that pretty. Look at my kitties following me. Kitty's following the dad. Where's Tango? Locked him in the building? I don't think he got locked in the building. Huh. Tango! He'll come. He'll come. All right, I've been working on the front of this property here too, trying to get this fence. I got to finish this, putting this fence up too. This is how I'm going to do the fence in the front of the property here. I like this look that I got going here. Because I might have to walk back over there and find out if I locked my dog in the cabin. I might have locked him in there. Tango! Huh, interesting. Where's my dog? I got something on my foot. Alright. Yeah, I'll continue to put this same, you know, I like that you can still see. Where's your brother? You know, you can still see inside the property. See what I'm saying? You can still see out the property from there, but yet you still have a fence. I just ran it at the same height as the, right here I'm going to build a building. I'll show you what I'm going to do over here. I'm going to build an actual, like a fake little building right here. Guys, I might have to go back over there to the cabin. I think I may have locked my dog in the cabin. All right, look, we're getting some pink skies there. Look at that. Pretty, pretty, pretty. So this spins around. Got the spinner action going there. Did Tango go back in the yard? And we got some more spinning action here. Spins over here too. I gotta paint that one. I gotta walk back over there and see if my dog's over there. Tango! Tango boy! Did we lock Tango in the cabin? Tango! Tango boy! Where's your brother at? Where's your brother, Mr. Pants? Where's Mr. Doggy? Did he go run off? Tango, are you in here? Tango. Where's your brother at? Tango Bongo! Tango! Where the hell did he go? Where's your brother at? Tango boy! Let's go look back over by the yard here. We're going to build this into a shower room here. Turn this all into a shower. Attach this along the edge of this building here. So hold on, let me go find my dog. How weird is that? He might be back over in the yard already. Sometimes he'll go back in the yard. He might have ran to the back. He might have ran to the back. Did he go run to the back? Where's your brother? Where's your brother at? Where's your brother? Did he go inside already? Sometimes he'll go inside the gate. Get a drink of water. Where's your brother? Tango, are you in here, buddy? Tango! 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 Huh. Where'd my dog go? Where's your brother at? Doggo! Where did he go? There he is! There he is! I knew you were close by. You were in the yard, weren't you? You're a good boy. Here's my guy. There's my guy. I knew you weren't back there. Hey, why would you go to the back? Thought you were up front. There's my biggest guy. Biggie. Big. Biggie. The biggie. All right, we're moving. We're going back up front here. There's the 4Runner. There's the old 96 third generation 4Runner. That's my daily, pretty much what I use to do what I need to do out here now. Oh, look at those pretty kittens. Look at the prettiest kittens I ever did have. The prettiest kids I ever did have. You guys are the kitten, they're the best kids. They're the best kids. I love you, kittens. I love you, kittens. I do. You're the best kid and girl I ever had. Juniper girl. Juniper girl. Aren't these the best kitties? I have the best kitties in the world. These are my best kids I ever did best. Aren't they the best? You're just too cute. You're just my kids. You're just my kids. I just love this girl. She my best girl I ever did have. All my single girls, the prettiest girl in the whole wide world. You're my pretty girl. You're my pretty girl. You're my pretty girl. Yes, you are. You're so pretty. You're prettiest girl there ever was. Oh, let's get some scratches. I love you too, Panner boy. He don't like pets. He don't like pets. There's the V6 motorcycle. Boy, oh boy, that's a motorcycle there. Anybody want to buy a motorcycle? Got a motorcycle for sale. I'll give you a good deal. It's got 8 hangers on it. Really nice windshield with backs. V6, you want to go fast? That's faster than any Harley out there on the road. That's faster than any Harley. It's got a V6. You think you can ride a motorcycle? You got to know how to ride a motorcycle. Look at this here. The pipes are, woo! Yeah, that's what you want right there. For you? All right, let's go inside. Some of the, oh, we never did go look at the building. Let's go look at the building. Hold on before we go. Let's go look at the building. Still maybe enough light over here. Let's go look at the building. What's that? That looks like a UFO. It's going to be too dark to see this? Oh, it's going to be too dark, isn't it? Oh, what a bummer. It's too dark. This is one of the buildings that I repurposed out of just building materials from just scraps like this, like I got here. Stay in the yard, guys. Then I built this side the other day. So I've got to put one more run up here, and then I'm going to put a lid, bigger. Are you coming out here with the dad? Oh, pretty girl. But it's got the water pump. Well, I don't like this side of the property, I guess, huh? All right, we're going to go back in the gate. So yeah, this is just like a little business front that I built out of scrap material. Pretty much, just I like to repurpose things, material like this and turn it into something like this. So, what are you doing, girls? All right, there's the UFO that I built out here. This is on the 5-acre parcel, but it crashed, and so we brought it over here to the 20-acre parcel out here. So some more of the rusty. There's like a milking machine right there. That's part of an old windmill, old wagon wheel. I got all kinds of weird stuff out here. I'm a weirdo. Hi, my kitten girl, my favorite kitten girl that I love. You're a good boy. Did you go get a drink, Toggy? It looks like the solar lights are turning on. Here's one of the residents that's out here at the... It's getting dark. It's getting dark. All right, there's my girl. You're pretty. Come here, boy. Come here, kidda boy. Come here, kitten boy. You're my best kids. All right. What do we got here? Just some more stuff. weird stuff. These are the best animals I've ever had out here at the farm, right out here. They've never asked to be fed one single time, and they've never eaten any of the grass or barked at anybody or bit anybody. Never bit anybody either. She's never bit anybody, or he's never bit anybody. Good job. Good job. They just sit there and watch the house for me. All right, let's stop fooling around here. We built a new gate this year. This is my new gate that I built. I built a new gate because the other one was just getting too heavy and it was starting to twist and turn. So I built a new gate this year. So this is the new gate system. Look at here. Ooh. It's even got little rubber stoppers on it or whatever there. So, come on in, boys. So there's the new gate. And you can lock it. You can take this little hook here and hook that on here. And then this has got this swivel here. And if you want, you can put this through here, you know, slide this through here. And then that locks that up too. You can slide that out and slide that through that hole. And that goes through there just like that. And that locks the door. So that, you know, it can't be opened up. Oh yeah, look at that cloud bank there. Isn't that pretty? Would you look onto her? Look at that action going on the bottom there. What do we got going there? Some weird cloud swirlies going there, huh? That's a strange looking cloud bank, wouldn't you say? Look like some tornadic behavior going on there or something. What's happening there? Uh-huh. Kind of strange looking, isn't it? We got something coming over here too. This system's starting to make its way over here, guys. I'm surprised it hasn't come in yet, but it's trying to make its way over this hill. Look at that. It's making its way here, slowly but surely. But watch, it'll go and it'll split and it'll go around here, or it'll go up and around here. A lot of the times it does that. It'll split right here. Right where it's at, it'll split and it'll work itself right around here, all the way down here, all the way down here, and it'll go around the back side of that there. It'll miss me and I'll look up and it'll almost be clear blue skies like what's going on over here. Dude, that's pretty awesome looking there. I don't know what's going on there, but we got something going on there. That's Table Rock back there. There's a farm way back there. That's the second closest neighbor. The other neighbor is, that's my closest neighbor over there. Hey neighbor! Hey neighbor! Yeah, they can't hear me. Hey neighbor! Oh, we got some lightning. Oh. All right, hey, we might get some lightning here. Hold on. You guys might be in for a treat. It looks like this will come over here. I told you it'll work itself over here. It'll come back here and this will all start getting the lightning back in here. If it makes its way over here, this storm system right here, and it's not that big, look, because it's just this. If this system here works its way back over here, which it normally does, it'll cut right up behind here, right behind Table Rock. And because this is a line that's electric, this line goes all the way to Fort Rock. Right there, there's a line that goes all the way here. This goes all the way to the Cascades, all the way to Fort Rock. This line goes straight down through here, It goes all the way down to Klamath Falls, and there's geothermal on this line. All this right here is a line. This is like a ley line right here. I live right next to this ley line. That's what formed this big, all this system right here. It keeps going. All this mountain range goes right here. I encourage you to look at that on Google Earth. You'll see exactly where I'm at. There's a massive ring behind this hill here. I mean, it's the largest ring on this whole rock. There's not a larger ring. I mean, it's bigger than any. It's massive, but it sits behind this ring. So behind this set, if you look over here, there you'll see this mountain sits on the other side. There's a massive ring, and it goes all the way over to the 97. So right behind here at Silver Lake, it goes all the way to the 97, and it's a massive ring. But it pulls all these storm systems like this, and it'll work right around here. It'll work right over the top of me. I'll have clear blue skies, and it'll go right around me here, and it'll lightning like crazy right up in here, go right around here, or same thing here. Look, I'll tell you, it's already doing it right here. Look, you can already see it's doing it over here. See, it's working its way back over this way. See, it's working its way back over this way too. See it right there? See it right there? I'm in this freaking zone where I'm at. Wherever I'm at, I don't know how it works here in this valley, but all this weather will push around right here, and even and right here. From right over there on that side of that hill, it'll push off of that side, and I get this big. Whoop, you guys missed it. We had some lightning back there, but let's go back here. We'll watch for 1 second, then we'll go inside. What's going on with my thing here? Looks like the lights are starting to come on. Let's wait here for a second. We'll see if we can catch a shot of lightning before we go back up in the house. Let's get in the cabin. It'll do it. Hold on. I think I got bit by a mosquito or something out here bit me. Come on, lightning! Maybe not. It will. It's got to push itself out there further. We'll come back outside like 15 minutes. That storm will be all on the other side of that hill. Look at that. We still got all these swirly whirlies going over this hill. This hill has its own energy. Look at this. I'm telling you, it's called Table Rock. I'm going to zoom over here, and then it's going to... Look at what it's doing. Look at what that thing is doing to those clouds right there. Can't tell me this place. Been out for over and over and over and over and over again. I've got pictures of lightning bolts right all along that rim right there. I have a picture of a lightning bolt right there. Right there. I guess it's not gonna lightning. I thought it was gonna. They don't feel very charged yet. All right, maybe not. Oh, did you guys see it? As soon as I flipped around, it went. What are you doing, pretty girl? What are you doing, my pretty girl? What are you doing, my pretty girl? Go back inside. Let's go back inside for a little bit. We'll leave the door open. We'll leave the door open. All right, thanks for taking a little tour of the area so you can see what it's like out here. It's pretty in this valley, guys. It's a really pretty valley. So much, I mean, the wood line's right there too, so I'm not even that far off the... Something bit that, you know what, out of me. Woo! Man, oh man. Something bit me good. What if something stung me? I think something stung me. I think, hey, you're getting that water all over me. You'll go drink a water and then you flip your hair all over you, make you go. What? That dog's got wet jaws. Flipped it all over. Look at that. Look at that water. That's from his jowls. From his jowls. Woo! All right. Good stuff, guys. All right. Well, thanks for taking a tour with me. Like I said, I'm out here in the high desert. I'm at the rim of the Great Basin. I've got 20 acres here on this parcel that I've paid off. I've donated to the ministry. Working on trying to get another parcel down in Ecuador here soon. So I'm not going to give up on that. I was going to put it on a pause, but I'm just going to keep going. I'm going to do it. I'm going to get that parcel. I know it. I'm going to do it. I'm just going to keep working at it. So did some stuff today, try to get some, make us cure on ability to try to have something going, here today. Something I've seen on the screen. Cool. Nice. Man. Hold on, guys. I think I might have got actually stung. That's a good one, though. Whatever it got me good. Got me good. Okay, hold on. I'm going to take a pause for the cause here. Oh, I have some purple Hindu. Some purple Hindu. Man, I got some shit to put a hump on the camel's back. Oh, you like a camel? You like a camel? You like the camel? Like the wise men? Oh, so my tattoo. See that yellow? That's pretty yellow, huh? Look at that yellow in that tattoo. Oh, some else. First time, but it was over when I was over by the ladies over there first. So. All right. So Mindy. Oh. Little purple nurple. All right. Oh, I hear some raindrops. Those are some big raindrops. Some big raindrops. That smells yummy. It's going to start raining in here, guys. I can hear it. We got a metal roof, so. Hey, now. Hey, Nathan. My son used to have a gamer tag online, and they kicked him off of the Xbox 360 forum because his name was Anal Syrup. Yuck! I said, son, you got to change that name. That is disgusting. That was his gamer tag name. So mine wasn't too much better. Mine was Vomit Tsunami. So Vomit XXX Tsunami. But yeah, basically the same thing you just said. That's pretty yucky. But that's yummy. That tastes like Hindu. Man, I didn't know they had Arabs in Turkey. Oh, that was on Cheech and Chong. My bad. So, Anyways, thanks for taking a tour with me, guys, outside so you can see what this place looks like. So maybe I'll take you for another tour another day and go see this shelter out back, and you saw the hard work that it took me years and years to dig the storm shelter, and lots of years to build it. I think I have probably, I don't even want to tell you how much I have into it, but I know if you had to have it built, it would probably cost at least probably over $250,000 to $500,000 to have built. So I'm glad the property's paid off. That way nobody can, it's there. Nobody can take it. Now there's a place to get away from the hailstones. Do you have a place to get away from hailstones? Yes, this is really yummy. It's some purple Hindu. So I think it's a, actually, I think it's a Jack Herrera's cross. It tastes like Jack Herrera. It smells a little bit like Jack Herrera and Hindu. So I think it's a Jack Herrera Hindu cross. I've been growing for a lot of years. I don't know why these people put labels on things that are not the same, So it says it's purple Hindu, but I think it's Jack Herrera. Jack is excellent. It's excellent. You can never go wrong with Jack Herrera. Like I said, it's always good meds. I've probably grown it for 3 years. I think I grew Jack Herrera for about 3 years, and it's excellent. It's excellent. It's a good medicinal plant for. I've got some issues again with sciatica and my nerves because I broke my back a couple times and wouldn't let them cut on me and do surgery, and so my nerves get pretty. They start telling my body that like I'm all messed up and it wants to try to fix itself, but I won't do it. So the Herrera really, it does. It's one of the ones that I've used. I used it for years. Some of the years where I was really extreme pain patient. And I used the Jack Herrera, and it worked really good to slow that signal pain to help it slow down, so my body would not sit there and just try to throw itself into a. Your body's smart. When your body's messed up, it tells itself to go fix itself. The executive order that allows the homeless to be taken off the street and put into treatment centers. But what do you treat homeless people for? What's the treatment for being homeless? What's the treatment for being poor? Some people just want to be homeless. Some people don't want to have a mortgage payment or a house payment or a car payment or rent or renter's insurance or car insurance or pet insurance or health insurance. So what's the cure for being homeless? What's the cure for being poor? What are things swelling up? So I think that's a bunch of crap. Yeah, but I didn't say the ones that are not on fentanyl. That doesn't, I bet you half of them aren't. How much you want to bet half of the people who live on the streets aren't on drugs? And so what if they want to do a little drugs? That doesn't mean that they're an addict. There's a difference between addiction. I'm a prior law enforcement officer. I know addiction. I'm a prior drug recognition expert, a DRE. I've had certification on identifying, people who have a prior standard field sobriety instructor. I know alcohol as well. So why does everybody always answer that question with a different answer? So yeah, but who gives a fuck about all the people that I just spoke of? And I know you did not say that, Aaron, but I just don't understand that. Those people need treatment. Those people need help. I said, what about the poor people? What's the treatment for poor people? What do you do? How do you treat poor people? What's the treatment for being poor? What's the treatment for being homeless? That's what this executive order is for. to sweep the homeless off the streets and put them into treatment centers, work camps, for Christ's sake. Watch. Ain't gonna be too much longer, but they're gonna come knocking on your door because they don't like that you're cross-eyed, or that you've got, your nose is too big or too small, or your right earlobe is different than your left earlobe. Maybe they just don't like that you're a Christian. Glad I'm not a Christian. They don't like that you're religious. Glad I'm not religious. Maybe it's because you're a pureblood and you didn't take the jab, and they want to come get you and put you in a center because you haven't been whack the nation. You didn't stand in line to get a free test so you can get your cheat test. They can stick it in your nose, penetrate your mucous membrane without even sticking you with an actual sticker. The Pokemon, play Pokemon, stand on the X. The whole masquerade thing, So, scratch and sniff. Remember, I can't smell anything and I can't breathe. Oh, don't worry about it. It's not the end of the world if you did. Don't worry about it. It's not the end of the world. Hopefully you didn't take 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 of them. I don't even really not even care if somebody took 1 and a booster. I think it's crazy to take either of them because you're just an experiment, but it doesn't make you less of a person. That's not the mark of the beast. So there's lots of things you can look online, though. I mean, if you probably don't have any effects of it, I wouldn't be too awful worried about it. We already all get sprayed. We eat our own, demise, if you will. So we get sprayed within the sky. We drink it. We eat it. We get fluoridated, chloridated. You're not going to, we all have whatever you have. So don't worry about it. Like I said, you got 1 or 2, whatever. I didn't like it at all. I didn't treat people differently. I actually got kicked off the internet for people like, well, you were so anti-sticker and anti-mask and anti-whatever. Now you're standing up for people who got the whack the nation. I said, yeah, because they're suffering, all right? They're suffering and they can't do a damn thing about it. So what the hell are you supposed to do? Just leave these people, let them suffer? Are you freaking inhumane? How inhumane are you? Even an enemy will finish off his enemy. You don't just sit there and let him suffer or get him some freaking hell. I did. I got kicked off the internet. I thought you were anti-jab. I didn't want people to take it. It should have been a choice. Well, they wanted to take it or not. And they made it a big fear campaign. But these people are suffering and they don't have any repercussions. And they don't feel like anybody else. What if you were the only one? You felt like you were the only one because they don't want anybody to think that this is affecting anybody. Oh, it's all about the vidco. No, it's about the whack the nation. Remember? That's what hurt people, right? So people were hurting. And I wanted to put them in touch with other people hurting just like them. So they didn't feel alone. Imagine that time, guys. You didn't know what the effects were going to be. And all the people had different effects. Not everybody is affected the same. You know what I'm saying? So what? They're not any less of a person because something happened. Oh, somebody stuck something in that person and they didn't want it in them. And it's, so they've been, raped. So does that mean that they're less of a person because that happened to somebody? No. Doesn't make them less of a person. Now, people who took 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 jabs, no, I'm not with that. The boosters, I can't. That's just too much. You just didn't even try. I know that people didn't want to take it, and then they thought they were doing the right thing, and then and then they figure, hey, wait a minute, this isn't, and I'm starting to see people, that whatever, man. We all make mistakes, right? So don't be hard on somebody. Trust me. You don't have to trust me, but probably the people who got 2, 3, 4, and 5 boosters are still wearing the mask and they're still freaking out. Still running around the middle of nowhere with the face diaper on. You know what I'm saying? So let's not be hard on somebody because they took the jab. People like my buddy Gary, he got run over by a swather. They're like, if you don't take this jab, we're not giving you this surgery. You know what I'm saying? That's screwed up. He was an old man. What was he going to do? Seriously, he was screwed up, guys. They took him out on Life Flight and stuff. You know what I'm saying? And they're like, here, if you don't do this and, you know, then we won't give it. So not everybody wanted to take it. Remember, there were dual income households now. I guess who took it? She's like, honey, you ain't getting none of this if you don't take that thing. So I bet you he took it. And lady's got the power. He wants the P and she wants the D, but he wants the P more than she wants the D. So she's like, you better go get that sticker. So guarantee a lot of the guys took it. They're weak. American men are weak. I didn't mean to try to go there, but they didn't even care about that. I'm a veteran. I'm like, what the hell, man? Only women and the desert, you know, burqa or veil their face. What are these dudes wearing face type? This Sharia law in America. What the hell's going on here? Dudes wearing burqas, face diapers. What's going on with this? Big masquerade. So, you know, and like I said, it's all right. I'm glad we're past it, but I bet you can do it to you again tomorrow. That's right. Brother Ross is correct, though. You should have had faith in Father and not the science or trusted man. And you probably should have an option, a way out of the system, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? So I bet you if they wanted to make it come back tomorrow, guys, they could have every one of you standing on an X again if you stood on it last time, is all I'm saying. They could start that tomorrow, guys. Tomorrow it could start again. I don't know why people don't think they couldn't do that again, guys. You know what I'm saying? They could start that up tomorrow. In a week that have everybody, that came on like a thief in the night last time. No, it didn't. I told everybody. Yes, I did. I have a freaking blog. And I said, what the hell's going on? You don't lock down a whole country with 11 people dead. Yes, I did. I warned you on this platform before it ever came to fruition. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Go look at my platform. I have it. Predestined for Light, Silver's Light Gold. Yes, I did. I said, hey, you guys, you don't lock down a whole country over 11 people. Something's not right here. I did. I gave you fair warning. I said, that's not normal. You need to look at this. I know how you guys get at me with a lot of things. Oh, Truth Viral Television. He's always doing all these conspiracy theorists and America Ever After and all this other, these channels. And he's on Alex Jones and he used to work with Casey and whatever. I've been doing this a while. This ain't my first rodeo in case you ain't figured it out. But I nailed the COVID. I did. Wasn't that damn hard. Event 201, they said they were going to do it before they even did it. You understand? Yes, the government loves you. Stand on the X, go inside, flatten the curve. Everybody loves you. The government's here to give you a 48-hour jab now. In 48 hours, they get a personal fit jab for you, like Richard Simmons. Richard Simmons. Oh, wow. Did I just say that out loud? I did. Did I? Oh, darn it, man. Hey, how about Gene Simmons? Or I'm going to do the tongue thing. Never mind. Sorry. My bad. That wasn't, that was a whole different, wow. We went just from little dude in tights to dudes, other long haired dudes with tights. But, oh my goodness. But anyways, the government loves you. Stand on the line. Stand on the line. Stand on the line? Uh-oh. What do we got going here? No more X's. You better stand on the line. There's a bunch of you, so don't worry about it now. There's ain't no rules of 6 feet apart. You better be touching that person behind you. You see like they do it in El Salvador? Venezuela? Maybe they strip you down and shave your head. Kind of like on the floor and out the door. They did that in the military, right? Anybody in the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, Coast Guard? I don't know. But any else? You got any more tyrants in here like me? We serve the beast system. But anybody disagree? Do you think they could bring the COVID on? They could. Oh, do you think they could bring on the VidCo 2.0 and call it the X, disease X tomorrow, and everybody be freaking out? And they be doing it again like that. They can take top-down control and do it even worse like they did to Australia. All my sisters and brothers in the outback. I know, isn't that crazy, guys? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So be ready for that, bro. It's not like you need to freak out. But that's what Brother Ross was saying when he came in here. You better act like they're going to do it again. You better have a backup plan this time. Otherwise, you're going to go right along with whatever they do next time. And it doesn't have to be that. You guys, this is that. In case you hadn't figured it out, this is the false flag. This whole Epstein, EpiPen Island thing, I've been telling you on this platform for how long? That he was an island boy, and that's not new news. This is the false flag. You are experiencing it right now. In case you ain't figured it out, it doesn't have to go boom to be a false flag. Okay? Just so you know. This is SHTF. This is what it looks like when it hits the fan. This is it. So don't lose your mind. Actually try to take a breath, calm down. You can make it through this. You can do this. This is something that we made it through the whole vidco, and we're here today. So we're going to make it through this one because some of us are well ahead of this, and we knew this was coming as well. So you're in it right now. You don't have to wait for anything to happen anymore. When they come out right now and said the DOJ said the dude's on the list, you should have known that years ago. We've known that for more than a decade. You know what I'm saying? Correct? So we should be well aware of this next time, right? That we shouldn't be jumping into this new system because it's only a matter of time for you're going to be tokenized, and you've already been corporatized. You know, you're a corporate slave to your merchant number. You've been birthed through the canal into this merchant system through your mother's birth through the water. And this is our part of the system. They're just going to change this system from a paper system, change it to a literal digital tracked and traced, tokenized. That's right. You're going to be blockchain to the system. Everything will be digitally tracked and traced. Everything. As an asset class, you just don't understand how this is going to work. They're going to social credit score everything. And they'll turn everything off and on as their leisure. And they already have the ability with most people, but they're bringing all this paper out. You know, they already told the U.S. Mint, no more pennies. This America makes no sense. So be ready, or you're going into the new system. If you don't have a solar charger, power controller, a power inverter, some kind of wind turbine, you're not going to make it in this new one. You're going to do exactly what you're told. You're going to do exactly what you're told. You better be living at your bug out. You better be there out in the country now. You live in the city, go now. I'm not inciting any kind of panic. You won't make it out of the city. They're going to shut the gates. You're not going to get. I'm a traffic crash reconstructionist. I was a military police in the Army. Okay, I've been certified as an investigator. You're not getting out of the cities. You don't understand. They have already set up all this traffic control around you. I've seen these cities. They have cameras all over cities. Each one of these cities is set up so they can wheel you in and out of the city and continue to move on. Traffic will go as normal, but you will only move when they tell you to. And you're not going to get out of the cities. You're not leaving the cities. So you go ahead and stay where you're at. If you can't leave, then make a plan to bug in. Just make a plan. Find other people that want to die hard. Don't want to lay down like a turtle, get on their back, and they're screwed. Kind of like any woman I've ever got on her back. She was screwed too, but let's leave that out of this. Sorry, ladies. It's just a joke. I'm trying to put a little humor in it for you, but it's not funny. Kick, honey. Turn over. You guys too. Kick. Roll over. Sit there. Stop it, Fido. Playing dead. Get up. Do something. Move out. Draw fire, soldier. They're going to draft our women. It's already law. You idiots. Draft our women. You American men better do something for these women. What if they take a Second Amendment? How are they going to protect themselves? That's what the Second Amendment. Get the fuck off me, you big... Bam! I'd hate for a woman to ever have to do that. But that's the equalizer, isn't it, ladies? And God forbid you'd ever have to do that. I would never want you to have to do that. But a man, I could put myself in any one of your hole. I'm just saying that's how it works. So you don't want to be sitting in a foxhole with a guy, do you? Because all I'm going to be thinking about is your foxhole. Drafting American women. It's already law. Posse comitatus has already been repealed. That means they can use, and they already have, 700 hardened, semper fi. You don't even know a Marine, do you? Tip of the spear. I ain't no jarhead. I couldn't fit my head in a jar, but I know Marines. I'm an MP. First one in the battle, last one to leave. You know anything about MI, military intelligence? Mike India. Hello, hello, hello. Is there anybody out there? We already know what's going to happen. That's how we've always gotten you. Before you even think about doing it, we already know. So be ready. Because they're ready. And they're already doing it right now. They're already doing it. They're ready. They've got all their underground places filled up, their coffers. They've already moved the state, DC to Colo, to under the airport. Yep, Denver, internet. Yep. It's all in place. They've been doing it for decades. It's not like they started taking tax dollars in the 80s and started boring out the underneath of this corporation using what is called nuclear hogs. Now they call them boring. So, military intelligence oxymoron. So, this is time to get ready, guys. You know, failing to prepare is preparing to fail. That's a military term, okay? It's better to have and not need than need not have, and that ain't a military term because they short you. You know, you'll see the supply chart, and he's got equipment that he wants you to go out there, and it just depends on who's in command at the time, whether it's Democrat or Republican. You know what I'm saying? Never get on the bus, never get out of the boat. So, yeah, you guys, it's coming. Don't act like they ain't done this before. You know, and in Vietnam, they were called advisors, okay? And look at what that turned out to. We ain't won a war, in case you didn't figure it out, since World War II. We're not that badass country that you think. We're not. There are countries out. China has a larger naval military than we do now. That's the only reason we've been able to dominate these for the last 80 years is by supply chain. Yes, ports. Yes, that's why. More than anything. And now China has a larger navy than the United States. So you better, you know, they've already cut off. Remember when Warp Speed got in there, he said tariffs. That's a war. Tariffs are war. So we're at war. 100% we're at war right now. If you weren't thinking we weren't there, get out of here. Go. People during World War I didn't call it World War I until World War II. It was called the Great War. You just are sleeping at the wheel. When the pretendant in chief, you know, can just be outright called that he went to the island and that he can't keep his, you know, hands off, you know, like Joe, then it's, you know, it's time to check out of the system. It's time to become your own system. This is the rogue government. This is the standing army that our founding fathers told us about. It's called the CIA. In the middle, the Central Intelligence and assholes are idiots, whatever, they're idiots, or whatever. To your jackoffs at the top are imbeciles, Department of Justice, Federal Bureau of Imbeciles, whatever you want to call them, it don't matter to me. They're all alphabet soup agencies. They're all armed, and you're public enemy number one. You don't think some of those guys in ICE, just call them who they are. They're ISIS. ISIS. ISE-S. They're ISIS. They're thugs. They're paid mercenaries. We have them. They're called private contractors. We don't even need to send vets to war anymore. They paid vets like myself to pay me triple what I paid in the military. 50, 100 times, 300 times what I get paid in the military. And now I get better equipment, not substandard equipment to go do that. No, we're not in a military operation there. We got private contractors. You just don't understand. This is a 5D chess game, not some simple game of checkers. Stop being an idiot. You're playing like a pawn, a little round circle, like a little game. You're getting gamed. Oh, you sank my battleship. Stop it. State troopers. Yeah. Sheriffs. Look at what they did to my house. Shot the windows out of my house. Tear gassed me. Hit me in the face with a grenade. They're just mad at me because I stand up to them, because I call them out as their tyrants. So it's okay. He said, you'll be persecuted. And they threw him in jail and whipped him. Said anybody want to put holes in you? They sure they came out here and tried to kill me. If you go look at the footage. Obvious, huh? Make sure you don't breathe. He can't see anything or say anything, or make sure you don't ever say anything ever again. They weren't very successful at it, huh? Father had a different plan for him, didn't he? So thank you, Father. Because I shouldn't even be here today. They don't get hit in the face with a grenade, still have conversation. So thank you, Father, for the blessing. We'll see. You know, maybe all this will be done and behind me soon, but I have zero regrets. None. You're supposed to stand up to the law. He stood up to the law. They hated him. They didn't love him. They striped him. Are you getting your stripes? He said, follow after me. You know, chevrons and rockers. Are you getting your stripes? Are you earning your stripes? Does anybody want to hang you from a tree? Nail you to a stock? Stake you to a stock? That's what they didn't hang them from a cross. You're an idiot. Nobody carried crosses. Nobody was hung from crosses. I rebuke you, child. Grow up. You're torturing yourself and me. That's what they did to him. Stretched him back so they couldn't breathe. That's what it was. Yeah, he couldn't breathe. Why do you think they just did this 5G whiz ritual on you? I can't breathe. Oh, like Eric Carpenter. Oh, or like George Floyd. Oh, like face diapers, huh? Like a masquerade. Ha. Breathe your own. I can't breathe. That's what they did to Christ, you idiot. It was a torture machine. Torture. The Romans were masters at torture. They would stake you to a stock or a yoke. And he carried a yoke or a stock. He didn't carry a cross. Hello, wake up, child. Once again, study Roman torture. This is their favorite way to crucify a man on a tree. Read the book of Acts. When they took him down from the tree. Cursed he who hangeth from a tree. Does anybody want to hang you from a tree? You're not Christ-like unless they want to hang you from a tree. Does anybody want to put holes in your head? Maybe put a crown of thorns in your skull so deep that it goes, right into your thick, not these little movie thorns. A crown of thorns so deep they went into his skull. Stuck him like he was some kind of animal, like they were going to eat him, like their Sex Pistol Jesus ritual that they celebrated their sun god in the middle of the new year, right? New year doesn't start in the middle of the winter. Grow up. It's not 2025. God is not in the sky. Hell is not below your feet. Hell is the word bis. That's the word knowledge. My people shall perish for lack of bis. I'll throw them in the abyss. So hell's not a place. Hell's knowledge. No knowledge is what hell is. It's what these people have. No knowledge of what they did to Christ. And they say that they love Shiloh. They don't love Shiloh. They love their own version of Shiloh. They call him Jesus. Jesus Christ. Christ is a pagan term. It means anointed in oil. My love Shiloh, not only was he anointed, but he was from Judah, not Nazareth. Grow up. Yes, they're Sex Pistol, marinated Sex Pistol Jesus, little cracker Jesus, your Catholicisms, your isms, your insanities. Oh, your profanity. You're vain. They're all vain, brothers, sisters. All these religions are Jesus of a whore, the failed god of a goyim fools. Are you a fake Jew? They got one of them fake Jews in here who doesn't have any, must believe in 13 virgins. Oh, wait, I forgot. Those are Muslims. Same dicks. Well, either way, remember, it was the Catholics that wrote the Quran, and they believe in infidels, and they believe in goyim, and remember, they wouldn't even let the Christians in the shelters when they were bombing the snot out of Israel, huh? They wouldn't even let the Christians in the shelters. Remember that part? It was organic. I took down the live stream because it was so good, guys, but I really felt like that live stream could have really taken the channel. We had that guy in here. He was just some little lollipop Christian. And that lady came in and she's like, nope, she said, yeah, we're not letting, nope, I would let him in here. And she's like, she started sucking up to her. And she's like, I'm not having it. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Like this guy doesn't even realize that, So yeah, just as recently in your history, they weren't letting them in the, we're letting these people in the shelters. And if you're not, if you know anything about Israel, you ever watch Nate from Canadian Prepper or anything like that? I built a storm shelter out here, $500,000 storm shelter. Probably have Atlas storm shelter to come put the front and the back on it. So, man, between $250,000 to $500,000. So almost every building in Israel has some sort of shelter, but they were not allowing these people inside of the shelters. So I think that's rather ironic. So Christians, you're not going to get loved by any of these Jews. They're not going to allow you. This Israel that they think is in the middle of the desert, that's not Israel that it says in Scripture. So the Jews that it's speaking about is all 180 countries, not some singled out place in the middle. That's the Old Testament pride. Father had Jews. That was Aaron and Levite. Get out of here. 2 houses, that's it. There were Gentiles, and Father didn't love the Gentile nation. Father doesn't love everybody now. He's an all-loving Father, but he doesn't love everybody. He only loves a little bit, oligos of everybody. So please stop fooling yourself. These people fall for this, and they're not going to have any protection. You know what I'm saying? This is what you're going to need to armor up. I'm a veteran. I know what it means. I'm a veteran of the Father. I'm a soldier of God before all. Although I served this country and I took an oath to the Constitution, my oath is, my faith is in Father. My trust is, I have trust, not man. He said, believe no man. Believe no man. Be sure no man deceive you. That's the second coming as a magi of the sign. That's not the sign of Noah, drinking, partying, building, marrying, taking to buy a Tesla, acting like nothing was happening. Like a thief in the night. He said he would come like a thief in the night. I'm talking about the second, when his apostles pulled him to the side. They wanted to know it was the second coming of Christ. And he said, be sure that no man deceive you. What's that have to do with the second coming? Everything. So you better decipher these words, because this is going to be your only protection. Nothing else in this future will protect you. Nothing mammon is going to save you. Judgments will come to all 4 corners of this rock. There will be nowhere to escape these judgments. But the elite, the heavens, they know this. They declare the glory of God. The firmament declares his handiwork, and they know what that clock up there is doing. They're very wise. He tells us we must be wise as a serpent. You knew I was a snake before you let me in. Remember he said? And then he let the bite in. So you get the bite in. Record earnings 2020. So we are the generation. Nathan, we are the last generation, okay? The lifespan, the revolution of Jupiter in its tabernacle, it's already coming past. I can do this for you. How old would you be when you saw the formation of the nation of Israel? Whether you agree it's a real made by the Masons or not, on a triple conjunction of Jupiter, right, and Saturn in 1939, a triple conjunction. And remember, I'm a magi, so I'm just giving you something that less than 1% of the populace knows. Take a mental note, because I guarantee you nobody has any idea how they formed that nation. This led to the Revelation 12, Star of David, the enemy footstool sign. Do you know how many signs have been left in the firmament above your head? We haven't seen the Star of David since the time of Christ. That birthed Christ, not only in the celestial firmament, but birthed his flesh vessel. That happened back in 2015, and everybody's sleeping on it. That's one of the most insane things I've ever been a witness into my life. So much that I arc my body with it, that I'm going to let Christ know that I know, Father. I was a witness, Father. I know. That birth, you birthed an age, and you birthed your son, and it happened again in my time. I love you, Father, for letting me be a witness to this beautiful celestial wonder. Like it says in Matthew, in the stars, there will be signs in the stars and in the sun and in the moon. There would be signs like road signs, street signs, stop sign. You guys want it all now, huh? You think everything, that's not how signs work. They are a foreshadow normally of what is to come. Hello, wavy road up ahead, like snakes up a pole, huh? I'm warning you, but you don't want to hear me. But remember, I'm not trying to turn you into a sheep if you're a goat, or vice versa. You can't turn a goat into a sheep or a sheep into a goat. It's not possible. That was already chosen from the foundation of the world. Father is the creator of all things, so there's no such thing as man-made, no such thing as free will, and no such thing as luck. So if you'll pay attention, he said exactly, look up, for your redemption draweth nigh. And redemption is something that's already been bought, paid, and purchased. If I came back tomorrow and picked it up with my ticket, that's redemption. If I came back 2 weeks later, 2 years later, 200, 2,000 plus years later, that's still the word redemption. He said, look up, for your redemption draweth nigh. He's the Redeemer. He's the one who paid the price. I asked you earlier, are you getting your stripes? Are you earning your stripes? Does this world love you? Because they didn't love him. They hated him. Does this world love you? Oops, you're on the wrong path. That's the Broadway Jesus. The easy Jesus. So, if you're a magi, or if you had a celestial eye, and you even wondered, you would have paid attention that we have seen celestial markers been left at the time of Christ. The same exact marker hadn't happened in over 2,600 years in the whole world. Are you still in wonder? I'm still in wonder. That's been like a whole decami. Yeah, like, it's a stick up. Let me see your hands up. Right? Let me see your decami. Right? It's been 10 years since that's happened, brothers and sisters. That birthed Christ. It birthed an age of fire from fee and fine and war and wrath and eye for an eye, and have sex with your sister and multiply. Fruitful and multiply, remember? That's what he said. Can you have sex with your sister? No, we're not under that covenant. He made a new. Remember? Let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord. Oh, wait, we are screwing that one up, haven't we? For how many thousands of years have we been going outside our own borders? Turn your cheek. Meek, not weak, he said. We can protect ourselves. Father's not just going to let you get raped or walked on, or is it? But we turn our cheek and give the chance of forgiveness. Kind of like a weapon on safety, if you will. Knowing that we could, fire at will. Well, Father's will says turn your cheek 490 times. He said you have to, right, give that chance. Obviously. So do you know many people like that? I mean, with everything. How about with Father more than anything? When he beats you, you try to lash back at him. It says be patient. You think he's talking about with people on this rock, huh? He's talking about with Father and people on this rock. Kind. Be kind to Father. He says, I do all these things after my own counsel, and I beat the ones I love. I do this for my own pleasure because it refines them. Makes them more like me. I beat the self out of them. Self-will. Brothers and sisters, this isn't me. This is Father's word. You have to understand. This is what he does to us. We circumcise the flesh from the inside out. It's like an onion layer, like not like Shrek, like onions, like whatever. Right? There was some kind of analogy they made in that little movie. But anyways, from the inside out, Father is inside of you. Christ is inside you. And as you circumcise this flesh from the inside out, he grows inside you. Larger. See, you got this big thick skin because you're all flesh, and he's just this little bit inside you right now. But if you keep circumcising the flesh, as Paul told you to cut it off, it's from the inside out, like eccentric rings, like on a tree, right? All the rings on a tree. So we do that from the inside out. And he keeps growing and growing and growing inside of us. Not the Energizer Bunny, that keeps going like a copper top. It's Father, okay? And when we cut off these mammon traditions of men, normally that takes pain, like suffering. I come to bring a sword to division because I'm going to cut you to the quick. It's not a feel-good Jesus. It doesn't feel good. It's supposed to hurt and spew out all these pornea, self-will out of you so that you can be more like Christ, because he suffered. If you're not willing to suffer his Shem's sake in Matthew 10:34 through 39, as it says, that's the promise of eternal destruction. So, it's not a physical circumcision. There's no physical circumcision. So it's a spiritual circumcision from the inside out. So it's not the male genitalia. People don't want to talk about circumcision because they get all butthurt because they don't want to talk about, they think I'm talking about genitalia. Circumcision is of the spiritual circumcision of flesh. It's don't celebrate anything, idiot. Don't celebrate anything. No, there is no physical one, idiot. I don't trust you. You're some idiot man. There's only a spiritual circumcision. There's only a spiritual testament, so you can leave now. That's not Rafi Farber, is it? I don't think so. That's not Rafi Farber. Is that Rafi Farber? The economist, Rafi. That's a damn good economist. You guys don't watch Rafi Farber. You guys need to see. I don't think this is, I can't see his thing, but go see his platform. He actually lives in Israel, and please go watch his platform. He's been watching him, been subscribed to his for as long as he's has his channel, but I don't think that's Rafi Farber. Go see Rafi's does shows with Andy Sheckman, and he works with Andy and Elijah K. Johnson and what's that? Yeah, go see if you guys want it, because he's an excellent economist, and you want to see somebody that's got this from the inside, that's in Israel right now. He's reporting like during Israel, guys. That must have been a challenging time for him to be blogging during all that stuff going on. But if anyways, like I said, there is only I don't know if that's Rafi Farber or not, but it is. I give him props, but there's no physical Israel. So in Scripture. So remember, I'm a pastor, so I don't care what any of these other bloggers say. I don't care what they follow or who they are, or it doesn't matter. Those are not Jews in Israel. Although there are Jews that are over there, there are spiritual Jews. There's no physical Jews under this testament. So I don't do none of that. I'll rebuke anybody who thinks that people are goyim and there's no chance that people, having to be able to walk in repentance after being rebuked by Father and then being forgiven. That's a Satanist, and I rebuke anybody like that. And if I, if I had any issues, if it was him personally, I'd just unsubscribe to his channel. But I don't care. I don't take it personal. I don't, again, I pay attention to all things. He said, be wise as a serpent and gentle as a dove. So I love economics, and they're just part of who I am. So, but anyways, if you're not subscribed to the channel, Rafi Farber at End Game, and oh darn it, what is this? Anyways, go just see his channel, guys. If he's one of the better bloggers on YouTube, and he has a really good eye on what's going on over there. If you actually want to see somebody who lives in Israel and knows what's going on there, and he does excellent blogs. His blogs are some of the best blogs on the internet and I have some of the best bloggers. I think I have some of the best bloggers I'm subscribed to, hands down, some of the best economists on this rock. So, and I would put Rafi Farber up there as one of those who definitely understands and has a pulse too on what's going on with the precious metals market, and understands this end of this, manipulation in precious metals. There's a massive manipulation that's been going on for well over 100 years. Go see Bix Weir. Go see his channel. With everything, take Rafi's channel, filter it. Take all channels, filter all these channels, guys. You know, everybody's got it. We should do this with yourself. You should self-filter yourself, guys. We make mistakes. We don't always get it right. Things change. You know what I'm saying? But go see some of the best. Who else do I got that's good out there? Go see Gold and Silver. Go see Mike Maloney. Man, I love his blogs. Go look at his. He put a series out. Go see Mike Maloney's blogs. He is hands down one of the best people right now that really has a better understanding because he's been so long in the game. You know, he's a lot older than me. He's a lot older than Rob. He's a lot older than a lot of people. He's been in the game a long time. Like I said, you want to see a different side of something, go see Andy Scheckman at Miles Franklin. He's a distributor for the U.S. Mint. And he's seeing things that people aren't going to see, guys. He deals with, he's a U.S. Mint distributor, and there's not a ton of those. And so he's going to get to see things that we're not going to. I don't understand. Like I said, there are people like Andy and these people that are very, very wealthy, and they still blog no matter what. They're not doing this for money. You don't get rich doing YouTube. They do it because they give a crap. And I think that I see that with, you know, Rafi Farber's channel. He's one of these people who understands, even though he might have a certain side, he still cares about, you know, people getting the right information because it's so been skewed and the people are, you know, looking at there are ways to find this economic information. Like for right now, guys, I'm the only person I've seen right now, and I had to talk about this, Kevin. Did you see when Trump met with Powell, Yellowstone? Oh, go see, oh, darn it. What is his name? He races race cars. He's another economics. Before I go off, I want you to have this channel because I've been watching him forever. God, he's so good. He's even growing a beard now and a mustache, and he was always wearing a suit. Why can't I think of this guy's name? He's been forever. If you guys have another economist, put them up here, guys, too, because there are some good ones out there. But what is... Oh, it's right on the tip of my tongue. Okay, I'll remember if I don't think about it. But go see Gerald Celente at Trends in the News. He's a trends forecaster. He's been doing trends forecasting and writes the Trends Journal, and is an amazing economist. Love watching his blogs. David Devine has that one guy that comes on with him that does that's at oilseedcrop.com. I can't remember his name ever, but he is a really good economist too, and he's really heavy in the game. I don't invest in stocks or anything else like that. I'm not trying to give any economic advice. Oh, come on, name. See, I thought about it. It was there on the tip of my tongue again, then it lost me. But anyways, so anyways, it's a really important time too, guys, right now, that you pay attention to these things such as economics, you know what I'm saying? Because these are going to affect your final dollar and cents, guys. You know, eventually this system's changing over to this digital tokenized, whether you like it or not, you know. Boy, I've got all these names coming to my tongue, and then they just slip off my tongue here. Go see who's the Bitcoin guy. He's now down. He does the Acapulco. He's not even on YouTube anymore. He did the walk and talk. Man, why are these names all skipping? Normally I've been so much better with names. I can remember everybody's name. All right, I'll just stop talking about names and I'll start remembering everybody's name again here. So, but anyway, all right, get ready right now, guys. Seriously, you know, there are things you can do right now to get ahead of it. Kind of like Brother Ross was saying back originally here. You guys, there has been enough. If you've not seen enough signs right now that it's time to check out of this system and find a way to become your own system, then, I don't know what you're doing right now. You're going to go into the new system, and you're just going to be one of these digital debt slaves. You're going to be tokenized, and they're going to credit score you, and good for you. Go enjoy your new life. It's going to be anime, AI, robotic. You'll have your space balls, all your nonsense, all this stuff you love so much. They'll probably have big feet running around for you. So you have your little Sasquatch and your Yeti dude. I'm sure they'll show up too. And you'll have Marvin the Martian there. You'll have all your little silly little, things that keep the bread and circus going. So you'll be happy, and then you'll just go along with it. I'm sure you'll just love it. You'll be under your dome, and they'll be able to tell you everything you want to hear, and you'll be a little good slave for the system. And if not, then you'll be shut off. And that's the new system, whether you like it or not. So if you don't have your own system already, you're going to come try to bang down my door, right? Come to my community and want to hurt the people that I have in my community that are already prepared. And they don't want to sit there and fight with people over toilet paper. They have a backup system and they have a skill set, and they don't want to sit there and fight with anybody. This whole revolution trying to get people to fight. Look how long these governments have been trying to get everybody to fight with each other. In case you ain't figured it out, when they get the masses fighting with each other, that's a whole lot better on their supply. It's a lot less bullets they have to use. They give you red, they give you blue. I saw that growing up as a child. Went to people with school that they were, elementary, junior high school, and high school. They gave this one a red rag and lived on this side of the street and gave him drugs, and they gave this one a blue rag and they gave him drugs and prostitutes, and it was a war overnight. Brothers since, elementary school, now mortal enemies overnight. Red and blue. They did it in Rome. It's called divide and conquer. They did it already. Remember, you're R2D2, you're C3PO, you're number 5, you're LGB, and you're T, and you're Q, and you're next, and it's called divide and conquer. Remember? But that's all going to go away too, in case you know. They're going to bring in this new system, guys. Don't you understand when they put you back under these Noahide laws, the back under this Sunday law, that rips Christ down from the tree that he hung from? He didn't hang on a cross, but it does rip him down from the tree that he hung from. And you put yourself under that Old Testament where the wages of one sin was death. How's it going to work out? You come towards judgment. You think you could hold yourself to that standard where you've never coveted somebody and looked at somebody else's wife or husband, or or if you're a woman, or ever thought some kind of, you can sin in your head. This is a spiritual testament, right? These are that we're under. So if you rip him down from that covenant that he made on the tree that day that he hung, as that he called his bride out as a whore and divorced her and made a new covenant with his bride that he would call out, right, at the wedding feast of the Lambs, called her the whore of Babylon, right, the mother of all idolatry, the whore that rode the beast, Babylon, the beast. Here we are again, people doing the same thing again. So are you riding this beast? Because he'll call you out as a whore again. If you cheat on him and you put yourself under the old law, that's what you're doing. You cheat on his agape, which we're actually under the law. See, we're not under the law. If you put yourself under the law, that's why those Jews in Israel are not Jews. He said, let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord. Remember? They don't think people can be forgiven for sin. And you can't just be forgiven for sin. Father rebukes your heart. That means you do 180 degrees and you stop doing what you were doing. It bothers you to no end, and it won't go away. It's like a thorn in your side. It's like you get one of those little things in your sock and it's just poking at your foot, and you got to stop and take your shoe off, and it just won't go away. That's called being rebuked. And then you walk away and you stop doing that, and you walk in repentance. And this could take days, weeks, months, years, decades before you're forgiven. So you don't just get forgiven. So people, see, that's the problem with these fake Jews. because they don't, believe in forgiveness. Believe is not a thought in your head, but we'll use it for conversation's sake. That there is no such thing as forgiveness. Redemption for sin, redemption and forgiveness for sins. No such thing as salvation. Baptism is a process, not in water. Just like repentance, just like salvation. Salvation is to be saved. We have to endure to the end to be saved. So you can't be saved. Once saved, always saved. That's not true. You can have your name blotted out of the book of life if you go after self-will. If you add a jot, he said, add one period, and I'll blot your name out of that book. Go ahead, take away from my book. Take even, just add your own thought. That's the word porneia, idolatry. That's exactly why he divorced his bride Israel. They made up their own version of the word, period. That's it. Well, went after other gods in the sky. Where do people think God's at right now? Father has never been above your head. Never once is Father in the sky. He doesn't come from somewhere above the firmament, or that's not what heavens is. Heavens is the ruling class. Father had a favorites. That's called pride, and that's called the heavens. And we don't have pride anymore. That's a sin under this covenant. Judgment, thou shalt not judge. No, I'm not under the laws of Aaron or Levite. I'm not the Saint Moses giving the law orally on the mount. I'm not under the law. So I judge with righteous judgment, because that's what the word tells me to do under this covenant. I judge everybody I see. You're judgmental. You're damn straight I am. I use the word as my tool, my judgment, right? My teacher. He said, call no man teacher, so I use the word. Show them to the narrow way. If they're in the broad way, show them to the narrow way. 2 times and depart from them. If they do works of darkness, don't sup with vipers. Low energy, swine, don't cast your pearls in the mud. So it's not for you to turn a goat into a sheep. It's not even possible. They're either a vessel of wrath fitted for destruction from the foundation of the world. Father created them to commit horrible and terrible sin, atrocities against his own bride. And then he judges them for the sin that he made them, created them to do, and then he throws them in hell for doing that. I love that about Father so much that I can't change it. I could be one of those, and there's nothing I can do about that. And I don't care about that. I don't worry about it. I don't think about that. All I know is he just keeps calling out to my heart to do what it is that I'm telling you. So it doesn't matter. I'm not afraid to die. I'm not afraid of hell. Hell's not below my feet, so I'm not afraid of hell. Hell's stripping me of the knowledge. I mean, that would suck, but I can't change that. That's not for me to decide. I'm over it. Vessels of wrath fitted for destruction with the foundation of the world, or vessels of mercy. Pro horizo, I already decided. I already pre-selected redemption, just like Nathan said. He's going to come back and redeem his bride. Look up, for your redemption draweth nigh. That means he already paid the price for the bride. You have to suffer spiritually. And if the physical suffers, that's just part of it, brothers and sisters. You can't turn a goat into a sheep, brothers and sisters. So it's not possible. And until you can come understanding that these people that Father chose as bride are spiritual, it's a spiritual elect. These were spiritual, inwardly spiritual, inwardly spiritual Jews, because Christ is inside the bride. He's not in a temple. He's not in a synagogue. He's not in a church. He said that twice, that the Most High does not dwell in temples made by hands. So I can have tattoos because it's not what goes in a man that defiles me. Don't try to put me under the laws of Aaron or Levite or Moses, or I'm not under the laws of flesh. I can have tattoos. I can help others come right to the understanding because I can show them to the narrow way, because that's what he tells me to do. So I took that book and I put it on my arm, and then I took the celestial markers that you all missed, so that Father knows as a Magi, I am held to this. If I tell you that I'm a Magi and I don't understand these celestial firmament markers from thousands of years ago and can't explain to you in detail and show you the same star markers that are happening today, and not the stars can be corrupted. I've shown you that too, how the stars could be corrupted. As a magi, this is not an eclipse. This is not how eclipses work. And look at it. Who else told you that? Who else has pointed out that this Alice symbol that took them 7 years to create, 3 days of darkness. Remember the sun going through 7 Jerusalems, right? And a Rapture, Indiana. And then through Ark, Texas, the sun goes the wrong way again. Nobody cares. They declared a national emergency. Nobody cares. I'm the only one blogging on the internet that I've never seen anybody put it out. Then again, I tell you, I hold literal live streams during these events to try to tell you, hey, guys, I care enough of the red dragon eclipse. There it is right there. I put it on my body. I don't care what the whole world thinks. This is an eclipse. See this? This is not an eclipse. You're crazy, Tracy. I know. I've been told I was crazy as long as I can remember. I'm mad and I'm out of my mind because all I ever do is talk about the stars and think about the stars, and I don't care about the world. And I'm a nutty. Remember? I just called nutty by that judge. You're nutty, because I told him that I thought my son was murdered in his county. And I didn't even know he was a judge from that county. But I was nutty for saying that my daughter and son were murdered, potentially. And I'm nutty for that. But anyways, it's okay. It is what it is. What can you do? I've always been crazy. It's when you tell me I'm crazy, it just reminds me of my dead dad. Thank you. He died like 37 years ago, something like that. A long time ago. I think he's been dead as long as I've been alive. I've been longer alive than he's been dead. He died at 37. I think it's about many years. So, wow, I'm getting old. I'm a lot older than my dad ever was. He only got to be 37 years. So that's all right. He was ready to go. Father had him all ready to go. It was already predestined. No, I don't think it was predestined. I don't think my dad was predestined. But who am I to say? I can't, if I had to judge him with righteous judgment. So, yeah, he died in 1989. So, it could happen, guys, So, like I said, I'm a lot older than my dad was. So, I appreciate every day I have. Seriously, I thought it would be, my dad died at 37. I didn't plan on living very long. I thought it would be 45 or a 45. That's what he used to tell everybody. 45 or a 45. I ain't going to be here any longer. I want to get old and I beat myself up really bad. I did. I was always breaking bones. I don't know where that box of pictures is at, but I could show you every time I got out of cast, it was in another cast. Arm, leg, stitches, staples. I mean, oh my gosh. I was so bad. I was a bad kid. I was always breaking everything. I just did everything that nobody else would do. That's why they called me crazy. So I did some of the craziest things that I know. You ever seen that movie Jackass? That's the kind of stuff I did growing up. All that kind of crazy things, just stupid things. Things that nobody else would do. They come get me to do it. All you had to do is say that nobody else would do it and dare me. And then I'd do it because nobody else would do it. So I was just that stupid kid. Told you I was a bad kid. Wasn't a good kid. I'd be honest with you. I wasn't a good kid. I had 2 brothers they were good kids. Well, they were good to my dad, and I wasn't bad to him, but I was. I was bad. I didn't listen to him. I didn't care. I knew he wouldn't beat me like the situation I just came from, because I had just been stolen from my mom and it was for being beat. So if he whipped me and beat me, it's because I needed it. I deserved every whipping that my dad ever gave me. He never once beat me when he didn't beat me because I've been beat. And there's a difference between being beat and being disciplined. And he even knocked me out one time, just socked me right in the face. But I was being lippy. I don't even remember what I was saying. I was just getting cocky, and just didn't listen. And should have listened. I think he gave me a couple warnings. And so next thing I know, I was out like trout. So I woke up and my brother was like, Dad was really upset at you. I said, what did I say? He said, I don't know, but you sure made him upset. So, like I said, I was a bad kid. I wasn't a good kid. And I could have been a good kid. I just didn't want to be a good kid. So I wasn't that bad. I just wouldn't listen. All I would do is what I wanted to do in the minimum. Just enough not to get beat. So I could do what I wanted. And I was doing all my things in my own head. Anything other than what the world wanted. I wanted to think about everything other than what my brothers were doing. Because everybody wanted me to be like my brothers. And I look like them. And I didn't want to be them. They didn't miss any days in school, and they got straight A's, and they didn't have to even think to get straight A's. I had to bust I didn't even go to school until was in the 4th grade. So I didn't know how to read or write or add or subtract or multiply or divide. I didn't know how to do none of that. I don't even know. I still remember how I made it through some of that stuff. They didn't have special education back then. They had special needs, type of, disabilities, but they didn't have special education back then. So I had to pick up my bootstraps again and learn real quick and kind of self-teach myself. So I've always been able to kind of learn how to speed and skim read and do all kinds of things because I had to teach myself how to do it. So it's all right. I turned out okay. But I wasn't a good kid. I'd be lying to you because I had 2 brothers that never got in trouble and never got a bad grade. And I was just stupid and did dumb things and cost my dad lots and lots and lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of money that he didn't have to, and made his life a living hell when I shouldn't have been doing that. So what can I do? So I can't change it. I can just remember that I just was that way, and just who I was. So because I didn't want to be here. I just have to deal with that. I didn't want to be here from a young age. Felt like I was born into the wrong time. I'd always talked about that. I'm not in the right time. You guys are here, but I'm not supposed to be here in this time. I'm from the past, and you guys don't want to listen to me. You tell me I'm crazy because I say I'm from back here. I'm not from here. You're here now, and I'm not from here. That's why I don't get along with you, because I don't like this time at all. This isn't me. I want to go back to who I was. And people are just like, you're weird, dude. What the hell are you talking about? I'm like, well, you just keep doing you. But right now, this isn't who I am, just so you know. I don't like that I look like you. I don't care. I'm not my brothers. Stop calling my brothers. Stop calling me my brother's name. I'm not Sean. But that's the way it was because we were like so close in age. I look more like my dad, and he looked more like my mom, and my brother looked more like me. I looked more like my dad. So anyways, we looked a lot like each other. We were really close in age. So everybody always thought that I was my brothers, and I hated that. I didn't want to be my brothers at all. And that made it even worse for me. I'm like, I hate being a brother. And I wasn't mean to my brothers or anything. Like I said, I never would take it out on anybody. It was just a goofball. And got in a lot of trouble. Never with the law or anything like that, but in school and things like that for just being stupid and being goofy in school too. Or just do things just to be stupid. Sometimes it was just to get a laugh out of somebody, piss people off. And sometimes it was just to get in a fight with somebody, just because I knew it pissed somebody off. But I was weird. So I try not to do that anymore, brothers, sisters. I know I do piss a lot of people off, though. So I can't help that. You have to take it up with Father. He made me this way. He made me this way since I was young. I've always just irritated people. I've already told you I miss my son, and my son has been, my son when I was younger, I'd walk in a room and people get mad at me, and I ain't open my mouth up. They just don't like my aura, if you will. And I don't do none of that hocus pocus, Reiki nonsense. But we all have the Hokadesh within us, and people can feel that. And I know that's what it is. I know that's what irritates the hell out of people, is that the Holy Spirit's been inside of me since I was young. And it's just been burning inside of me, and burning and burning and burning more and more and more. That's why my son's like, Dad, all you do is Jesus. All you do is God. All you do is the Most High. You don't even care about doing anything else anymore. Cool. I'm glad. I'm okay where I'm at. That's fine with that. I mean, what else is going on in this world that's more important than that right now? You know what I'm saying? What's more important than that right now? He said, Dad, you got to have a life, man. You moved out in the middle of nowhere. You don't have any friends. You don't talk to anybody in the family. If I don't call you, I'll look at your phone log. Nobody calls you. You got people for like appointments or whatever, but nobody on your call list calls you. I know. You call me, man. So I'm all right with that, bud. I don't care about anybody else right now, Elijah. I care about the world and want people to, but I don't. Father's going to yoke me with whoever, man. I'm cool with that. Well, you got to do something else and just sit out there, Dad, because you haven't taken a vacation in like 5 years. Remember, Dad, all that stuff. Uncle Jeremy came, took all our stuff. Dad, it's been 5 years and you haven't taken a vacation. So this is how like I said, I can't change who I am. And so I appreciate you guys dealing with me, because it would be hard pressed to change what has been rooted for decades and decades. Now it's just who I am. So I can learn. You can teach this old dog new tricks. I'm not saying I can't learn. I'm not brutish, but I am a bit set in my ways, and I love the word, and I know it irritates people, and I don't care. I talk about it everywhere I go and any chance I get, and I have for decades. You can ask my son, he'll tell you, he's 25, 26 years old, and that's all he ever remembers us doing, is when we go out and do things, we just share the word whenever we can. Wherever the opportunity comes, we try to grab it up. And there are opportunities out there, and you can make them too. You know what I'm saying? That's what's so beautiful about being a disciple, is we're actually supposed to go share the light with others. So see, I didn't even know what I was doing when I was young, but Father made me do it. So now I actually know that I do belong here, guys. So I mean, it didn't took until I was in my late 30s or something to finally come to the understanding that Father has me in a place here, that I'm not a sheep and I'm not a goat. If I'm a sheep, I'm a black sheep. I'm set apart. I'm not I'm not your standard run of the mill sheep. But if you say good and evil, a lot of people thought I was evil, but I know that I don't do evil things. That's not my nature. I've already done all my evil. I was a veteran and a police officer, and, done some pretty, I worked with a CDL for years supporting this commercial B system, and that's not me anymore. I was 17 years old when I joined the military. I was a child almost. Not a child, but I was an adult at 17. But I wasn't legally an adult yet. But living on the streets of Los Angeles, that'll make you grow up real quick. Death everywhere you turn. And yeah. But anyways, here I moved up to Oregon, after a while. And they were trying to throw me in foster care, the LAPD. They came to my school and tried to arrest me. That pissed me off, guys. I'm sitting there trying to finish my schooling. My dad dies, and just because I don't have a guardian, who cares? I'm going to school. Leave me alone. I live in my truck, and then I got impounded, so I had to live on the streets, but I'm still going to school. Figured out a way to make it work. And then they come try to arrest me and throw me in foster care. It's stupid. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't happy. I didn't want to leave LA. So I had to come up here to Oregon and adventure. That's how I made it up here, because I didn't have nowhere to stay. I had found my younger brother, a place to stay, and my older brother was living with his girlfriend, but I didn't have nowhere to stay. So I had to live on the streets. And then once they found that out, they tried to come get me. And so I had to move to Oregon. I didn't want to, but I did. It was either that or go thrown in foster care, and that would have been a really tough time. I was 16 years old. What the hell would I want to be in foster care? I was a freaking adult almost, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah. Well, that was kind of like I said, think about that, guys. Here I'm trying to finish my freaking schooling, and they come try to arrest me because I'm without a guardian, whatever. It sucked. It wasn't, I tried to stay there long enough for my brother to turn 18 and then he could be my guardian, but it just got too hard running around. And like I said, I actually started missing some classes where I thought they would be showing up at. And it's like, this is not helping. I was actually supposed to graduate when I was a junior. And so, yeah, it was just a really tough time in my life. And then, like I said, then like I said, I lost my dad, and boy, my life just took a big old turn then. And me and Father, we battled for years off and on, and whatever. I just didn't understand, and it wasn't the end of the world, but it was hard for me to. I didn't want to move from LA, to be 100% honest with you guys. I was city. All I knew was city. I didn't want to. I loved it up in here in Oregon. I loved coming and visiting. I lived with my mom for a little while. Actually, I moved away from my dad because he pissed me off because he wouldn't let me grow my hair long and get an earring. He said I had to get B's, A's, and B's, and I didn't want to get A's and B's. So he didn't let me get an earring, and he didn't let me grow my hair out. So I went and moved with my mom, and she let me grow my hair out and get an earring. So I told you I was a bad kid. Left my dad just because he wouldn't do what I wanted to, and went and moved with my mom because she let me do what I wanted to. That's a crappy thing to do, man. Gosh, dang, I was a bad kid. That's how I felt on my dad. He didn't do anything. If I had just got good grades, and I could have, I just didn't want to try. You know what I'm saying? I was a space brain. And sometimes, not very often, I could figure out how to skip school without getting caught. So I could, figure out a way to be less attached to the world. I've always tried to be as least attached to society as I can. I don't know about you guys, but I do. I don't, that's fine. But I it's okay. You know what I'm saying? I know I'm weird, crazy, spacey. My dad used to call me Spacey all the time. Spacey Tracy. Yeah. Yeah, my dad said that I wasn't from here. He said he didn't know how I looked like my brothers because he didn't think that I was his. And not that I wasn't his, but he just think that I was from somewhere else. And I wasn't from Earth, that I wasn't from this planet. And he told me that he thought I was from some other place in space. He didn't think that I was from what he called Earth. He told me that I was from somewhere else. And he told me that he always told me, and I never ever once ever remember hearing him tell it to my brothers. And I don't know why, because he did treat us very fairly. We got treated different because we were all different, but we did get treated fairly. But he used to tell me every night before we go to bed, and he told me for the 8 years I got to live with my dad, he told me every night, he said, son, and he'd get me really close to me, and he'd make sure, and I used to watch him because I was like, why does he do this to me? And then actually, I remember I used to get up and watch him go in and talk to my brother before he put him to bed, and he didn't do that. I was the only one that he would do that to, and it made me feel really weird because he would get real close to me, and he'd come up to me, to my ear, and he'd say, Tracy, you don't ever end. It never ends. And he'd tell me that, and I didn't know it. I didn't know what it meant, and then he'd sometimes grab my pinky, and he'd maybe kind of do like a pinky, like a thing. And he didn't always do it, but sometimes he did. If he was just feeling it, and he'd, look at me and he'd tell me that he said, you don't ever end. You don't ever end. It never ends, is what he'd tell me. I was like, I never knew what that meant, but now I do, and I think it's pretty, it's just very unique. So um, that's what I think my dad knew about me, is that I wasn't like my brothers. And although I do think he treated us all very fairly, according to however we acted, like I said. I just thought about something that I don't think I've ever thought about ever in my life. This is so strange. This, you have to work with me. Apologize, guys. This is kind of organic in the moment kind of deal. I don't think I ever remember my brother. I remember my brother getting yelled at, my older brother getting yelled at by my dad, but that was for like coming home too late, because he get it not too late because he could stay out, but he was just really pushing it. Like I said, there was times that um, 3 o'clock in the morning, and he had to be up at 6. My dad is like, dude, come on, you're just, and I think he knew he was drinking too. And my brother was like 17 years old, getting drunk and stuff, but he was getting good grades. So, but anyways, yeah, I do. Like I said, I always remember him telling me that, but I don't ever remember any of my brothers ever getting beat or spanked or in trouble. I think I'm the only one, guys. That's crazy. I've never, my whole life, I ever thought about that. I'm the only one that got my ass whooped. I'll never remember my younger brother getting spanked for anything. I don't ever remember getting in trouble for anything. He didn't get no trouble. He was younger. He was like 14. He didn't get no trouble. He got straight A's. He's like the class president and all that, whatever. Uh, and my older brother, he got yelled at. I don't ever see my dad whoop. I got whooped with a belt. I got whooped with his hand. My dad beat the piss out of me lots of times for doing stupid things. That's crazy, guys. All these years, I've never thought about that. My older brother, my younger brother never got spanked, got the belt, never got, never had that happen. How did all these years, how did I never think about that? I always said they were, whatever, they never got in trouble, but like they got good grades and they didn't miss any school. They had perfect attendance. That's funny. That's freaking awesome, man. I was always in trouble. God, my dad probably hated doing that. I was the only one. He must be like, these guys were easy as hell to take care of. Like my son, he didn't get no trouble. I didn't have to spank my son hardly when he was little. When he was little, you know what I'm saying? Damn, guys. Yeah, I think whatever I got bit. Look at that. Look at that. Whatever bit me, that bit me good, guys. You see that? I got a big freaking knot. Ooh. That's something good. It must have been. I wonder if it was a scorpion. I might have got stung by a scorpion. That's pretty good size. That's about that big. Might be a scorpion bite. Sting. There's some scorpions out here. They're not too bad. I've been stung a couple times, but it's not too bad. All right, guys. Hey, let me go shut this front door. I got this door here. It's starting to cool off here. Oh, it's 10:35. I thought that was like 9:30. So. Yeah, they didn't. Yeah, like I said, I just don't ever remember. They never got in trouble for anything. They always got good grades, straight A's, never missed any school. I remember my brother getting yelled at a couple times, but that was he never got beat though. You know, my dad never had to physically discipline my older brother. That's pretty funny. I was the only one. What a bad kid I was. Dad, you're a bad kid. I was the only one that got whooped. I even got socked in the face. Woo, she's pretty windy out there tonight. Oh. Yeah, I don't know what it is. That's a pretty big welt there. I wonder why it keeps stinging. I'm like, why is that thing stinging? I can see something in the middle. There's like a round. I'll be all right. I'll be all right. I'll cut it off if it gets too bad. We'll just put a tourniquet on it. No, we won't do that. I'm just kidding. Oh, my back. I rode the truck today. Too much sitting down. Yeah, we'll just cut it off. I got another one. I could hop around on one leg. Wow, that's yummy. That's yummy, yummy, yummy. Oh, man. Well, thanks for hanging out with me, guys. Here, I'm just chilling here. Letting you know what a... You ever heard that song by Tones and I called The Bad Child? Anybody heard that song? That's me. That's my song. You ever heard the song by Tones and I, Bad Child? Go listen to that song, okay? If you want to know who I am, that's me. Anybody listen to Tones and I? Tones and I used to play music on here, but I can't play music anymore. Actually, I don't have any more music. I had to get rid of all my music on my phone because I needed the space for all my logistical nonsense. So nobody else listens to Tones and I. You know, Dance Monkey. Dance Monkey, dance monkey, woo, 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 woo. Let's go through your messages here. Fan funding. What is fan funding? Super chat, super stickers, channel membership, and gifting. That's no K-filter. Top messages. Okay, there we go. We'll do top messages. We're going to filter out all the spam now. No more spam messages. So if you spam me, it's going to not even give me your message. So we're going to just chillax for the rest of the night here. Just Jimmy Crack Corn, right? So this is SHTF. How's SHTF treating you? You liking this? This is World War III, baby. This is what it looks like. Are you ready? Are you ready to have them come pick you up and take you to one of their little funny little camps there? Are you ready? Then I'm going to see your receipt before you go. For your sticker. Did you get your sticker? If you don't have a sticker, you got to go. Did you get your sticker or your warp speed Jabba-dooski? Did you bow to the altar of Jabba? You know, Jabba the Hutt? Or is that Pizza Hut? Hey, there we go. No Jabba the Hutt. Bow! I sang some Metallica in here the other night. I did some Metallica.
Oh boy, she's got a little clog in her. Hold on. Get the poker out. Poker. We got the poker. Look at that. We got 30 people like, hey, this guy's freaking all right. He's not nuts. 30 people thought I wasn't crazy. Well, you guys got that wrong. I tricked you. You better take that thumbs up back. You better take it back. Poker, I barely know her. Hey, listen, Stoner. We got liquor in the front and poker in the rear. Okay? All up in the club. What a like what? What a like what? All right. Here we got the poker. We get the poker. And it's got the chopper. We got the chopper too. Here, look. We got the straight chopper. And then we got the butterfly. Oh no, we got the almost looks like a Nokia cell phone, baby. Hell yeah. We got the skeezers. We're doing the choppers. This is called a lighter buddy. I like this because this way I'll never steal nobody's lighter. Yeah, free speech. No such thing as free will, but we got free speech as of now. You can't yell fire in a theater, but, you know, or you can't be swine in here. We'll let you come in here. One bad apple will upset the whole apple cart. So I need to go fishing, damn it. You should come here and go fishing, gone fishing. This is some of the best fishing in the whole wide world. Right here in the high desert Cascade Lakes, man. We got some of the most insane trout fishing. Oh, insane in the membrane. Insane in the brain. I've been fishing in like 12 years. That sucks. Yeah, I'm too busy. See? My son's like, Dad, when's the last time you been fishing? Like 10 years ago? Probably longer than that. Yes, there is brown trout out here. Yes, there's brown trout here. Yes. Rainbow, cutthroat, brown. We have some of the best. Really, there's some good luck. Look up this area if you're really interested. There are some amazing, and this is a really good time of year before this. About another month here before. Man, oh man. This is just, there are so many good lakes here. I was looking through some articles the other day about a couple of these lakes, like this one lake. It's got brown and cutthroat. It's only got two kinds in it. It's brown and cutthroat. And they stocked these brown trout or cutthroat trout back in the 20s, and the brown trout were also introduced long time ago and never stocked again. And the lake has maintained itself, all on its own. It self-replicates. It's all, and they actually encourage you to take all the cutthroats out of there so that the brown trout will, give them more chance to flourish. So I'm pretty interested to go in that lake just because it's all cutthroat or brown trout, man. Cutthroat trout are amazing too. They have some beautiful, I can't believe all these crazy trout that I've never seen in my life. I grew up trout fishing. I mean, my dad was a trout. We fished all the time. I mean, whether it was the ocean or so, yeah, no. There's lakes here, honestly, gone fishing. There's lakes here that are hike-in lakes and lakes that are just a couple miles in too. I think that one was 3 miles in.
So that lake is obviously there's all these lakes behind Mount Bachelor that dots all these, so they're all, um, I remember my mom's husband. It was her boyfriend for many years, but he was actually a good guy, and he grew herb, but he was a good guy. He ran an air conditioning business, and he got tired of doing it because he did it for so many years, crawling around on his back. And we were living in Bend. That's when I came and told you earlier. I moving in with my mom because I didn't want it. My dad wouldn't let me grow my hair out, and I listened to heavy metal and get in earrings. So, but he opened up Cascade Lake Charters, and that's where I really learned about a lot of these lakes that were up here in the Cascades. And there's so many other lakes that are off the Cascade Lakes too. That are just right around this area that have just some of the most amazing trout fishing. But and then all these fish, like I said, are going to be are not going to be your planter type fish. So they're all going to be excellent, excellent eating. I like to turn back all my fish. I only sport fish unless I'm going to eat it that night or eat it right there. I don't like putting fish in the freezer anymore. Or if I'm going to smoke them, I don't know if you guys ever smoke salmon, or do you guys ever smoke trout? Do you guys know that? I guess maybe ask you guys in here. You know the hardest part about smoking a trout? You know the hard part? What's the hardest part about smoking a trout? What's the hardest part about smoking a trout? Man, that eye. All right, hey, gone fishing. The hardest part about smoking a trout is keeping them lit. Keeping them lit. All right, listen, gone fishing. Gone fishing. What kind of fisherman could tell a fisherman's story? And did you guys get that? So I don't know if any of you guys got that, but what kind of fisherman can tell a fisherman's story and never lie? This one's for gone fishing. What kind of fisherman could tell a fisherman's story gone fishing and never lie? So what kind of fisherman? This one's for gone fishing. What kind of fisherman could tell a fisherman's story, right? What kind of fisherman could tell a fisherman's story and never lie? I don't know if anybody got the gone fishing. You know what kind of fisherman? It's the one-arm fishing, because that son of a bitch was this big. Get it? All right. Shouldn't it? That was very nice. The son of a gun was this big. All right. Then I got it. The one-arm fisherman. You could tell that one. That's a good fisherman story. You could tell I grew up fisherman. Grew up fishing a lot. My dad loved to fish. He used to take my boy fishing. That's the best fish story ever, right? What kind of fisherman could tell a fisherman's story and never lie? Right? Oh, guys. I have filthy rags. You're no good. You're no good. You're no good. Baby, you're no good. Oh, I'm trying. Oh, goodness. I got court, guys, on Monday. Court on Monday. Court on Monday. Oh, what is that? That's why they call it fishing, not catching. Exactly. That's a good one. Oh, man, that's heavy. That's Catholics. That's a Catholic joke right there, man. Oh, my goodness. So let's have this conversation, guys. For real. You guys, I've been saying EpiPen Island. Okay? I've been saying EpiPen Island. How's this acceptable? I mean, we all know he was on the plane. We all know he's on the list. Now the DOJ came out and said that he was on the list, and we all know it. If there was ever a time that they needed to pull something to get rid of that out of somebody's brains, there's a lot of people jumping the shark right now on this. There is a lot of people bailing off this MAGA, you know. It's spinning. You know what I'm saying? It's spinning out of control. And they got to get this out of the people's brains, guys. I mean, he has realm of this country for how many more years? We're not even a year into this. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, well, you guys, this is not going away. This is going to go away. I don't think they're going to appease the people with this. I don't know if you can throw enough bread and circus at this one. I'm not saying that this is the end of the world, but I really want you to think about what's happening here. We're seeing this organically every day. You guys don't understand. This stuff's been on the dark web for a long time. Decades. This stuff's been on the dark web. Some of the stuff that's coming out are not memes. These are old, footage. Things he's been hiding out of the main lamestream mockingbird media. But there has always been an alternative dark web. So that's what I'm saying. They're going to mock this. So that's what I'm saying. You guys are going to turn it into a mockery. They're good at this, guys. They're good at this. They're not stupid. This isn't their first rodeo. These people have held reign for thousands of years. So they know how to do what they're doing already. That's why I'm trying to get you to understand. This is something, there's going to be a result to what they're doing. They didn't do this. If they didn't want you to see this, you wouldn't be seeing this. They shut it down like that. So, well, Nathan, I heard somebody said the whole world is a horrible place. The world's a terrible place when you turn on the television and you're on the internet and, it is, the whole world's going to crap. But when you're in nature, it's wonderful and it's a beautiful place. Like gone fishing, just out on some lake out in the ether, the real ether out there in Father's real ether, sharing some time with the fish, if you will. So, yeah, it's a controlled demolition. It's a controlled demolition for sure. They know what they're doing here. Absolutely. This is Hegelian dialect. So problem, reaction, solution. So there will be a solution to this problem. That's all I'm trying to tell you. That's all I'm trying to tell you. The uncapped needle, the uncapped needle you forgot in your pocket. That's disgusting, terrible. Oh my goodness. That's almost as bad as anal syrup and vomit tsunami. But anyways, it's not right, guys. I still have it. Look, guys, who watched Trump come up there with Powell at the Fed? Remember, he met with the Feds. He met at the Fed, at the Federal Reserve, and he walked out and he had that conversation. Who saw that? Remember, and he messed up the numbers, right? Did anybody watch Trump with Powell? Yellow stain, as Gregory Mannarino calls him. That's one of the people earlier I was telling you about, Gregory Mannarino. He calls him yellow stain. Who watched that, guys? Did anybody watch what? There's nobody else that's caught what he said. So, can you go back over that? What he said? Yellow cakewalk. So, obviously, Thump pulls out his little, what a masquerade, this whole thing. These guys, they got to break up all this talk that he's going to fire him, and then there's all this stumble. And I mean, it's like, so he added a building, huh? This is sounding a little blind 11 to me, like 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes. He added a 3rd building. No, Powell had a perfect poker face. That dude has a poker face, and he even gave up a little bit on his. He even. You never see Powell come out of character, guys. You never see Powell come out of character, dude. He looked all weird. He looked all kinds of freaking. Dude, that was insane. 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes. He added a building, guys. They mocked you. They pulled another blind 11 right in front of your faces. If you didn't have an economic eye to see it, you wouldn't understand what they did when they dropped the trade towers, erected 3, right, in one building, 4 triangles up and 4 triangles down to create a one world trade, phallic trade, freedom. There's no such thing as free will. Freedom's long gone. Freedom Tower, signed by Mr. Barry at the top, Mr. O'Vomit himself. Yes, WWW. So I've been studying this, guys, for these people ain't going to pull this on me. We know who's responsible for blind 11. 4 + 5 is 9 when you skip Joe Biden. 4 + 7 is 11. Don't try to math me. If it don't math in here, you got to go. 3 buildings with 2 airplanes, that don't math. 2 + 2 doesn't equal 5. Get your Common Core nonsense. Drop right in their freaking footprint. CIA headquarters, they decided to pull it. Come on, guys. They're not. Those buildings were built when I was erected. When my dad had an erection, I was birthed on this rock. I know about those buildings. I was born in the concrete jungle. Do you understand? All buildings are meant to take hits, 4, 5 planes, like they fly over planettes. Okay, we don't live on a planet, you idiot. But anyways, moving on, you guys. If it don't math with me, it doesn't add up. They do it all by the number. They just pulled a blind 11 ritual right in front of your face. I haven't heard any other decoder decode that, because nobody likes economics. People think, oh my God, I got to get a calculator, got to add up. I know it's not. Economics is not all calculating, guys. Come on, man. NERP, ZERP, zero interest rate program, negative interest rate program. Do you think the writers of the Constitution, these are the banksters that it warns us about? You know, the ivory towers, these people and their, you know, Thump's a bankster, right? 34 felonies and how many bankruptcies? And his buddy Joe, look at all these people sitting in Congress. How many millionaires in Congress? it's a get ready. What happens when actors retire? They become politicians. All right. Hey, whatever. How do you know when a politician's lying is... Never mind. So... Yes, let's go over this. What temperatures does jet fuel ignite and burn, and what's steel melt at? What's the combustion rate of that, and when does steel start to degrade? So we can see. Listen, Nathan, I went there because I worked for Campbell Ewald, which I never wish I would have done, but I worked for. That's the oldest marketing firm for the largest marketing firm for any company in this corporation. But Campbell Ewald's in Warren, Michigan, and I went to work for it was the overnight manager for the Olympics. And that, well, if you know when the Olympics were, the Winter Olympics, that was right after Blind 11, right? 2002. So we walked down to where the media deck had not even been media there, if you look at the timeline. And there was still lava pools, which I thought and saw lava pools at the bottoms because they were still smoking when we went there. So maybe that's what's wrong with me, right? Went there right after Blind 11 when that thing was still smoking, like Cheech and Chong. I'm seriously. But they took us down because I worked for the Olympics and we had all that Olympic gear. And we had come from, you know, Atlanta, Georgia, and we took it all the way into Salt Lake City. But when we were there in New York, because we had all that Olympic attire on and stuff, the whole whatever, they're like, oh, it's the Olympics or whatever. And they brought us down to where that media deck was before it was even built. You know, they had just started putting that in. And I remember walking down. I've never, ever, because I remember everything was still smoking and looking at all that, you know. But I remember looking down, you know, because I was down at that, and it was like right there at almost, you know, not ground level, but you were there down in the middle of that, you know, where the media deck was, and they had showed those, and you could see those pillars, and you could literally see, and I'm thinking like, how in the hell is there freaking glowing lava still, you know, in these, you know. So lava, that's not lava. That's not how that works. So isn't that crazy though? You know, it's still after these. I'm telling you that that'll be with me for eternity, guys. I'll never, ever, ever forget looking down at that and seeing that, guys. I was like, my brain was like, what the? Because I never remember seeing that on, you know, any of the television. They didn't show that. And I know what I saw. I mean, it was glowing, freaking looked like, you know, I know what and lava is. I've lived in Hawaii, been, you know, I've been on, you know, that's what it looked like, you know, and it was like, my mind was just numbed, and it's burned into my brain. I'm never ever going to get what that, you know. And I remember because my brother, I didn't, you know, both of my brothers didn't get to go down there. Only one of my brothers got to come with me. They were media. So they were in charge of media. That's how we got to go down there too, because they were in the media and marketing side of they do that. Told you my family's in show business, all that nonsense, Hollywood nonsense. I hate it, but whatever. They're the ones who I got the job through them. And like I said, I kind of wish I never would have done that. But I mean, it was an experience, obviously, to hit 48 states in 65 days got to see a few places again, some of the, you know, got to go to every major city within this, you know, lower 48 states. So it was definitely an experience, and I had quite the job. And so I don't even want to talk about it. It was lot of long hours. I worked 18, sometimes 20 hours a day. And but I'm a vet, so they knew I could do it. And I took it on and grabbed it by the you know what. So, but the pay was insane. So I shouldn't have taken for pay. But I had a younger, kid I was trying to get ahead, and yeah, it's kind of funny. After that, it didn't last too much longer. I think after that, I ended up separating from his mom. So kind of backfired in my face, like everything does. So yeah, whatever. It's okay. Father created all things. I'm not worried about it. If he's the creator, then he already knew what he was going to do. He just likes to crush me all the time. So well, you can create it. Pretty much you can put, aluminum and iron, oxidized iron and aluminum. So remember, we have that layer that comes in through our strata data. Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. Not tomorrow. There'll be no charges being dropped Monday, but that's okay because I already talked with the secretary, and they haven't even got the discovery. I mean, there's a lot of discovery. We'll see. I have the discovery in the case, but he wants to get his own copies. So I understand that. So he might get more than me. He's been doing it a long time. I don't think they'll try to redact anything from him. So be nice to get over it one of these days. Yeah, keep going. Just, was it 15 months or something? Be nice to put some resolve on this, no matter what it is. No matter what happens. So, but we'll see. I know, like I said, John he's not some cheap attorney. So I'm thinking they're going to take it to trial just to be a pain in the ass. So I'm going to have to probably get that motorcycle sold here, which I don't want to, but it's okay. I will. I put it up for sale. It's up for sale. So I had somebody wanting to trade me a Suburban for it, but I don't think I don't. Tit for tat, I think the Suburban could sell year round. Maybe I should consider that. I hadn't even considered it yet. A bike will only sell a certain time of year. Summer ain't gonna be here forever. Maybe better consider that one. So it's actually a pretty nice Suburban. It's all black with it's all murdered out, if you will. So yeah, part of that, like I said, part of that connection. If I would have been given back my silver, I could have got an attorney straight out the gate. And like I said, there's many months ago I could have got an attorney, but I chose to pay off the ministry. So I don't have any regrets. I don't know if my son is pissed about that. Never thought about that. Maybe that's about where the time that when did I pay off the ministry? I don't know. I'll figure it out. It'll all work out. I gotta figure out if he's alive or not first. We'll go from there and see. John has a private investigator, so I already found him once, remember? Or at least I thought I found, him and his wife's car. So something will pop. But that's good that you did something, because you don't want to, there's no reason to sit around and
yeah, like let the system do what they do. What they've done to me is violate my, in America, my civil rights, so constitutional rights. So I'll be suing them for that. I'm not gonna not sue them. So it should just bless the ministry. And if I act on it, like I said, because it's been a while now, so hopefully I can, get one of these lawsuits filed within a couple months. I went yesterday, made an appointment to get my passport again. I'm gonna just go ahead and do it all over again here. So, because I'd like to get, that Ecuador property. And why don't you get a drink of water, Pants? There's water in there. Get a drink of water. It's cool in here. Got the windows open, silly boy. But I'll get it. Like I said, I'm gonna get that again and just be ready and have it. So it's a process. I didn't want to pay for it, but it is what it is. Once again, but I started that, which was kind of cool. It gave me a little, I don't know, just my son already told me to leave and get out of here. So if I can get the charges dropped for now, not if and I don't, again, I know John's going to do whatever he's going to do. So I'm not, Father's going to do whatever he's going to do in the case. So I'm not going to try to change that. But, what's that? Yeah, I was sitting back there relaxing. But I do believe that, I should continue this to get the passport. And so what? If I waste the money, I don't think I'm going to waste the money. But I'm going to go ahead and continue that. It gave me a little bit of a, like I say, it gave me a little, I don't know. I had to get moving forward, something in this, case. So it's kind of like, okay, well, that's a way to actually start getting my mindset that, I'll get there. It's just been a long haul. And so it looks like they'll either have to set another trial date. So it's not going to be, we'll see. You know what I'm saying? Huh. I'm just getting tired of not know where my son's at, not having a no contact order. I want to talk to my son. I want to know if he's alive or dead, and I'd like to talk to him. I'm his dad. I did all this for him, and they've got this no contact order. Remember, I got threatened to be thrown in jail. So, there ain't no, whatever. My mind ain't watering. It's just, there's only a couple of things that's going to happen here. You know what I'm saying? Lady in red, it ain't like that. I'm not going to, I want this thing to end. You know what I'm saying? It needs to get done. I have all the evidence of all had. Elijah's never done anything wrong. Remember, 4 years. They're just messing with him because they're targeting him because of me, because of my political activism. So they don't like me. The government hates me, and I don't care. But I really wish they'd stop taking it out on my son and now my son and daughter. You heard me say my son was murdered to that cop or that judge, and and he's sitting in that county, and he didn't even take a recess and say, hey, we need to take a recess. You just said he's murdered in the county I'm a seated judge in, and he didn't even do any of that. He drove 4 hours, probably woke up at 3 or 4 in the morning to come sit. There's something nasty going on in this case. I'm not going to be right about it. That's what I don't like. It's just, it's getting hard. I need to get this some resolve. So once again, I was like, well, go get my passport, at least get something going.
So I'm trying. So. But Father will end it when he's ready, because Father could do any of this. So I'm not mad at anybody in the case. Like I said, I'm just a dad that wants to talk to his son. I miss talking to him. He used to be a moderator on this channel, you know. He's a good dude. He is. He's a good dude. And this lady's a good lady. She's kind of quiet, you know. Like I said, they're a good couple. They make a good team. And been broken up because of this. This is crap. So be nice to, like I said, I'm not regretting. It's just, we'll see, because I got to at least sign him. And if they want to, you know, take me to trial, I mean, John's not going to know the case. So I'll figure out more. I'll figure out after the 28th, once he gets to the discovery. I want him to. I know I have civil lawsuits, so either way, I even don't care if they even convicted me of something. I'd still appeal it, and then I still have the right to civil lawsuit. I can still file a civil lawsuit. They violated my rights by assaulting me and battering me and nearly killing. They could have killed me easily. You know, I don't know how my ability to not get, you know, my eardrum completely ruptured and my vision, and, you know, I'm going to get looked at. I'm going to get my head looked at. I need to look up so I don't have, because I still have a lot of, like I said, frontal pressure since that day. I've suffered a concussion since that day. So I just never went to the doctor. They should have taken me to the doctor. That might be even at that. I mean, I know I'd have been all right, guys. Obviously, if you watch this, I was okay until I found the grenade pin, and know they grenaded my daughter. That's crazy. They came in here with no intention to even try to show that warrant. They came here hot and heavy and woke them up from a dead sleep by grenade. I want the body cam footage, man. So I'll get to it when I get the civil lawsuits, guys. You know what I'm saying? So it'll, like I said, it'll work itself out when Father wants it to. So whatever happens to me, happens to me. I'm just still concerned for, once again, Elijah's well-being and my daughter's well-being. Nobody else is out there looking for him right now. So I've hired an attorney, you know, so it is what it is. Been on for about 4 hours now. Yeah, like I said, I'll guess figure it out. I mean, I put it in God's hands, because all I have is faith at this point. You know, I don't have anything other than faith, but my daughter being caught in the middle of it is so hard for me to swallow. Just hard for me to think that she suffered because of this. She had nothing to do with this. This is not her deal. And she's already suffered, you know, dearly, kidnapped by the state of Oregon and turned over to Lake County, and then they drop her case, and then she turns up missing again. So I don't know why that I haven't been able to get anybody's attention with this, but it is what it is. Lord knows I've tried. I tried for 258 hours. So remember, that didn't work. They still SWAT raided the house. So what am I to do? Just keep going, you know. So I'm thinking Monday is just going to get set for trial. Is how it's going to go. And they'll set some kind of status hearing or something like that. Kind of like they have for Monday. So I have to drive down there 3.5 hours to go have them say, okay, you know, unless they're going to try to arrest me and be stupid or something. But I don't know. I got an attorney, so it'll work itself out. So. Because I know Judge Vandenberg's not going to be happy with me. He thought he could get me into trial using that other judge. I know it. And their plans were stifled. So I'm sure when I go in there, they're going to be livid. They're not going to be happy. They're never happy when I show up to that courtroom. No, they're not. Because I always get an earful. And nobody grovels at him. And I always, I've told Judge Vandenberg that he's going to go to prison. So, to his face in open court. What am I to do? Well, that's what I said, Nathan. How could they go on with the trial, my son not being there? So, I already said that. Remember Lady in Red? How many times have I said that? Nobody ever hears me. How could they have not with my star witnesses? Remember my son? Let alone everybody else? Sometimes I feel like nobody hears me in here, but that's okay. Everything's live stream. Connection. They have that anonymous YouTube caller said that if backed into a corner, I would strike, and that Kitty's on the roof. That I would fight to the death to keep my son from going to prison. Put a live stream for 258 hours, telling everybody I wasn't going to use a weapon. There was no weapons going to be involved. I was just trying to use my constitutional right of Fourth Amendment to affirmative defense, to protect them from illegal prosecution. So, and I have all the evidence, and they know it. So, they're in a sling. They have I know John will he'll take care of it. He's like I said, he's expensive. He's $500 an hour, so he's not cheap. And so hopefully it doesn't go after trial. That'd be the best thing, hopefully, because I'd like to move on and just try to start coming up the money to go to purchase the Ecuador property and go down there for a little while, take a vacation, come back up here, maybe after after the winter up here or something. Come back up here during the spring. I got plans. Like I said, I've got got some plans for the property in the spring here next spring. I want to have. Yeah, we'll see. If I'm through with that, then I'll already know what I'm going to do. I will be putting housing out here, more housing. I want to put out more housing for the ministry. So I'll probably get the property on the grid, do some other things too. So we'll see. It's good for me to think that far forward ahead because I normally plan a lot like that, but it's been hard for me to do anything because I've been chained down by this, by this system. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I hear you. Well, we threw out all the precious metals, so it is what it is, man. I already threw 40 pounds of silver out, remember, and all my gold. So what the hell? What are you going to do? So I tried to, I tried to sell the property. I tried to sell my motorcycle. I tried to sell my truck. I tried to sell my, I just did nothing with selling out here. So it's a tough time.
but I was thankful to have the precious metals again, to be able to, even, like I said, I've been very, um, uh, yeah, it just, like I said, it just, I really wish Marshall would have given me my silver back. You know what I'm saying? And it's okay, it is what it is, but I could have went immediately, got an attorney then, you know what I'm saying, with that silver. And so that really set me back hardcore, you know, and coming home to having to clean up tear gas, and said, it wrecked me. I'm a different man because of this incident. I'm not, I feel strong, but I don't feel like I did uh, before that, you know, before that day. You know, I never had a stroke. I've never had any issues with my health like that before. Or I've broken things, but I never had, you know, but I think it was, you know, again, too much pressure on this right side, and a concussion from day one. And just, it was just too much, you know, my body's a little stressed. And so, again, I'm thankful that I was able to even pull off. Remember, all that gold that I had was traded. I bought some smaller things, but I traded up and, you know, kept pushing and pushing, and, you know, and was able to come up with, you know, obviously there was considerable more amount of money in the gold than there was in the silver, because I didn't have that much. I mean, I had, I don't think it was 20 some pounds. That's, you know, I guess that's not bad for, damn, that's pretty good. Holy crap. I never even thought about it like that. But whatever, it is what it is. Um, and what's done is done, and I'm glad that it's done. And I had to drive a long way to get it done, but, you know, it is what it is. And I'll try to get some more, like I said, to get the Ecuador property, because it's better to sink money into a precious metal than to just sit there and watch a dollar collapse by printing. You know, they just keep printing more and more and more and more money, you know, from their inflation creation machines, the central banks. And um, so we'll see. You know, like I said, I paid John. Hopefully, it doesn't have to go to trial, and if it does, then I'll have to figure out how to come up with another 5,000, and I'll. That's why I want to try to get, you know, like I say, get myself kind of back to work here a little bit. And I really wish it could have been a little bit more, done a little bit more. I was kind of hard on myself the other day. I'm like, man, I wish I had a little more to, but that's not bad. You know, like I said, $15,000 in precious metals, and I took a hit on it. It wasn't like I got the money that I wanted to get out of that precious metals. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, there's some things I just barely broke even on, but there's some things I took a little bit of a loss, because I bought some premium, you know, eagles and things like that I knew would eventually go. They're going to do what they did last time. I've been collecting precious metals for, you know, my dad gave me. If I got a precious metal for getting a B. I don't know why I didn't do that more often, but I didn't really care too much about shiny dirt. But my dad would give us silver, you know, pieces of silver for getting good grades. My brothers had a bunch of it. I didn't have a couple of pieces, you know, a few pieces. I didn't get good grades. So I couldn't get bad grades, but I didn't get good grades. So, um, but since I was young, I knew about precious metals. My dad gave me and rewarded me with, you know, money, and then would also, you know, give me a, you know, silver eagle, or, you know, something like that, is a just kind of an incentive. Again, I remember he would give my brother's head, like I said, stacks of them. They are always getting good grades. So, um, but I was more interested in getting stacks of like National Geographic things that I could read about nature and history, and I didn't care about silver. Stupid to me, but told you I was a weirdo. But I do want to try to maintain, you know, again, if I thought about this, if I'm able to do these lawsuits, civil lawsuits against the state of Oregon and against the Lake County Sheriff, and I have, you know, I'm going to place a lawsuit against Marshall, because he did have 40 pounds of my silver. I think he should
give that back. He did have that, and he said he did. And, if Adriana didn't have it and he had it, I think he needs to give it back. I don't owe him any money. Never did. I don't owe him a dime. I'm not sure what, so, but if I do get all these lawsuits filed, that's awesome, Lady in Red. Thank you for sharing that. That if I come into a large sum, millions, tens, it could be hundreds of millions of dollars. These lawsuits are not going to be small lawsuits. And each one of these officers and each one of these judges and each one of these, elected sheriffs and each one of these attorneys and each one of these people are bonded. And I plan on suing their bond. So if I can settle my first case, then I'll have plenty of money to hire an attorney, which I shouldn't have to. If there's enough money in the case, they'll take the case so they can take a certain percentage of the money. So that's why I'm, been hyper focused on getting through this as the attorneys as well, to get through these. Then I'll file these civil suits, and then if I can come up with enough, like I said, at that point, then I'm just going to continue, and there'll be a rather large sum of money that will. Like I said, I want to donate to the ministry. We'll have this, be able to be used to the ministry, so, and be able to make donations and through the ministry and things like that. But I'm thinking that before. I was thinking of anything that was, if it was a large sums, that I should put those into precious metals and not just let them sit, in dollars and cents, and I think that would be better than try to sit it all on some account in zeros and ones that could be robbed or taken, by inflation or so. Bruce Jenner, what is that all about? No, I don't think he said he was. I think he said his ex-wife there was, but yeah, like like I said, it'll all work out. What's some gold and silver? It's nothing. Hopefully it'll all work out, and then, like I said, there'll be so much blessings that'll come upon this ministry that I'll be able to help others. Maybe Father will bless me with that, to be able to, come into a substantial amount of money where I can donate it to the ministry, and then we can, I already told you, I'd probably just, put a rather large, substantial, probably half of it will go to Grace and Truth Ministries. So Brother Jim could create the housing that he wants out there and buy a building, so he doesn't have to rent out that, building anymore. It's like $3,000 a month for like a meeting room. It's a classroom, because where he lives. So that'd be nice to buy for the ministry, so he could have that. And then, I think there's always going to need a place to be able to create CDs, so that when Brother Jim, and I'm sure they have a plan for what happens when, Brother Jim passes, that people will still continue to give out the CDs, and send those out via the mail. So maybe it can help cement that too a little bit more, make those donations so
they can make more CDs. Maybe they can actually pay people to do, and I know they pay people now, but there are a lot of people who volunteer to do that. So, we'll see what happens. I know Father has a plan because he didn't go this far. And if I know Father, once again, if you follow this ministry, I tell you, he always saves the best for last. So I might not get it in this lifetime, and that's okay. Whatever happens, happens. So, but I very well could, Uh, my Army general married my cowboy Barbie. Well, we got some Baphomet stuff going on in here, I see, huh? Man, oh man. I don't know. Too much of it in society. I already told you how this stuff became about, Too much being loose. If we never let children see sex, this wouldn't happen. So that's how it all started. Remember, I talked about this yesterday on the stream. Don't let children see sex, and this wouldn't happen. Because it wouldn't have been so open and easy for people to, turn, Mr. Potato Head wants to be Mrs. Potato Head and wants to put the lips and change all those things around, body parts. Do the Mr. Potato Head thing. So this is where it all started. If you've never been here for one of my back in time teachings on how all this Baphomet come on by so you can give it a try became so acceptable, then remember 44 Barry. So shouldn't be hard to figure that out, right? He puts us all through a bunch of tests, doesn't he? He don't make it easy on his bride, brother, sister. Try to remember that. He's always going to test the ones he loves. It's but it's not by chance and it's not by luck. And he's watching. So he's inside us, so we're not gonna get away with it. And then I think everybody that's a subscriber to the channel knows that it's something that we have. He's inside of us, so he sees our intentions. He sees what the world doesn't see. He knows exactly who you are. He knows exactly what you think every moment of the day, because he's with you all the time and he never leaves you. Christ is never gone because he's within you. And that's what makes this such a unique time, too, to be alive, is that we live in a time where Father and Christ are the Hokadesh, the Holy Ghost, the Holy Spirit is inside the bride. And that's written on the heart of the bride. Remember, tables, not altars, but with tables, fleshy tables, right, of our heart with blood. The blood that he sacrificed. This is now spiritual blood that we must suffer. So, tribulation. His timing is perfect, though. Our timing is off by thousands of years sometimes. We don't even understand what he's doing in our long, eternal life that never ends. told you, like my dad said, it doesn't end. You're just being put through a very unique time and place and space with all of us on this rock right now. But do understand there is one judgment, so he'll right whoever wronged you, he will heal. That's the word salvation. He will pick you up and carry and lift you from beginning point to an ending point and heal you. So whoever hurt you, he will heal you. Whoever wronged you, he will right. He will pour out a just measure when he returns. So that's what I tell myself. Glad that I have that. Glad that I know that he creates all things, because I think some of these things would drive most people bonkers, drive you bat guano crazy. So definitely a blessing, guys. Appreciate again, this ministry is something that I feel so blessed that I be a part of this, and that I have others that are out there suffering too, because they set apart. It's not supposed to be easy. You put your faith in Father and you can be thrown into a den of lions like Daniel, right? So you got to have like lions, den, Daniel kind of faith. You feel like you're going to get eaten, but that's life. It's when he makes it for the ones he loves, like a refiner's fire, like gold and silver. He said we must be refined. How are you going to burn all the impurities out of gold and silver if you don't keep it in the fire? That's the baptism. Pitch stain, blood, dye. Red, pitch, stain, blood, dye. Baptizo. How about fire? Baptism by fire. So he said he has eyes of fire, feet of fire. Feet is fine brass, or bronze is burnt or burnished in a fire or a kiln, right? Super hot. It's like walking on coals without walking on coals, huh? All right, what time are we getting here? What time are we getting? Oh, boys, I better get off here. Call it a night. All right, brothers and sisters, thank you so much for your time today. Again, Friday, huh? Monday's court, so we'll see what happens. Thanks for all your support. Again, you guys are a blessing, and it's good to have somebody to talk to. So puppies don't like to talk to me all day long. So, and again, you help me keep the stress level to a minimum here. That helps. That always, the puppies don't like when I stress out at all. They don't like stress. They're anti-stress, and Tango, he will calm the situation down if people get too stressed out. You know what I'm saying? So thank you so much for being here, guys. You guys are always a blessing, and this channel has been, I thank Father for the fulfillment of this channel, to create it through Brother Jim. Tell me that I need fellowship. Got to keep going. I can't just separate myself like my son said and do the whole survival thing and separate because we're supposed to be set apart. No, we're supposed to fellowship with our brothers and sisters. That's part of what we're supposed to do. So I thank Father for creating Brother Jim to stay in the Word and putting that Word on me. You know what I'm saying? That's why the channel's here. Brother Jim didn't put the Word on me, I wouldn't have created this channel. So remember, I'd already tried to rent out the community hall and have people come out and give out Jim Brown CDs, and only had one person ever come the whole time. So I eventually stopped doing. I did reading Revelation in the park out there. I did things in this town to try to, fellowship with my brothers and sisters, but nobody wanted to. So this is so much better. It really is. although we can't be together in person, this is kind of like I said, this is how it would be, because we'll get to be with our mother on the other side, and our father, and our mother is our brothers and sisters. So, and our father is our father. That's our family. That's who we get to be with when we die. After this life, this flesh is death. We die to it daily, and when we're done, our final breath, we lay in the dirt. And when Father raises us, we get to be together, all of us. That's what's so amazing. So beautiful to know. Before I came onto this channel, I only had just Elijah and just one person that I would have known from my past. And now I have you guys, and I don't know what the number is, but I'm thankful for each and every one of you that would be a part of that. And that's very special and unique to me. And I am certainly blessed, I know that, to have, somebody from this other side that I've yoked with, because I just don't yoke with this world. I already told you, I just don't. So, but I feel like I have with people, my brothers and sisters that are here. The channel's been up for years, so you guys have to put up with me this long. I don't know how you do it. You know, even before I came onto this thing, I'm like, man, I don't know how these people stand me. I'm a lot to deal with. So, got a lot on my plate, and sometimes a little whiny about it, but just try to see, hopefully, if people see me like this, they know that, maybe they're not the only ones suffering out there, and we got to pick each other up, help lift each other up and keep ourselves, again, as we all come across that finish line, as I was saying, and victory at the end, where he saves the best for last. So he's supposed to be the prize. I hope you know that. You know what I'm saying? He's supposed to be our prize. He's supposed to be what we're supposed to be running for. Nobody's going to be there. I won't be there with you toward judgment, right? Your father, your husband, your brother, your sister, your kids. Nobody will be there with you. It's just going to be you, Shiloh, and Father. And we'll have to meet each other on the other side. So that's a very important time we need to all be ready for and be prepared, like yesterday, like 10 years ago. Be ready today, but you should have already been prepared for this very special time, because when he raises us, brothers, sisters, and we receive those judgments, that is, we're going to go to where his Father's house is at. That's what he said. And it's a house of many rooms. So remember, there will be, although it says many are called, very few are chosen, only God. So I'm thankful for this ministry, because remember, this ministry has never been about numbers. Like, oh, we got to have this big channel. I'm thankful Father has kept it restrained, and it's really a blessing. A lot less trolls, and he's done a lot better job. I don't know where Father's put all of the good trolls. We used to get a lot of good trolls in here. I want to happen to all our good trolls. Thank you, Father, for keeping the trolls out of here. It is. We were getting trolled and doxxed for a while there, pretty hardcore, and I'm thankful Father's kind of narrowed that back too, so I could spend more time with you guys, talking with you guys. Yeah, this ministry is such a blessing for all of us, just to come here and be able to hang out with each other. So once again, I hope that there's some of you guys that's off of this before I go up that have other connections, that maybe you guys talk on Facebook, maybe you talk on some other X or so. I don't know I don't have a lot of social media like that, but I hope you guys have made connections too with other brothers and sisters, and you got a way to get a hold of them, because if I went to jail or something, that sucks. The ministry goes down. You guys should already be kind of figuring out how to keep this torch lit, if you will, so be ready, brothers, sisters. Please be ready every day, like he's coming back. Okay, that's very important though, because nobody knows the day or the hour. Just be ready. That's all I can tell you. That's all I know how to do, is just live every day like he's coming back. One day closer to death. Hallelujah. One day closer to death, baby. Ooh, get to go. Yes. So excited about that. Just be ready spiritually. Just get yourself spiritually ready above all, brothers, sisters. Be spiritually ready. If you're all off kilter because your mind isn't right, you're not going to perform well. You really won't. You know what I'm saying? Death is better than life, but not. You have to endure to the end to get to your prize. You can't check out of here early. I'm a veteran. 22 of us every day say no more. But no, you have to endure the end. But it will be better so much. He saves the best for last. He's our prize. So that's what I mean. If he's your prize, then that's it. That's what it's all about. This life ain't crap. You know, there are things here you can enjoy them, but what you should be enjoying more than anything is the suffering you go through for his Shem, because you don't stand with these worldly things. These people love to do these worldly things, and we don't do these things here. We're a little bit, set apart from any other YouTube channel. Brother Jim has Grace and Truth. This is obviously not Grace and Truth, but it is High Desert Faith and Truth, and it is very similar, gospel-based ministry where we don't do. So do I want to die? No, you want to die. Your day of death's already written, Johnny Depp. Don't worry about it. You're not gonna. Your day. Everybody's day of death's already written, so you can't change your day of death. It's not possible. Well, it isn't. If you understand that Father created all things, your day of death's already written. So don't think about it. Just do the best you can with the days you have left. Just think, heck yeah, I'm one day closer to death. And that death, you get to be a doorway. You open up a whole new doorway. So if you haven't lived enough, you'll be afraid to die. That's just the way it is. I've been around enough death. I've lived enough. If I died yesterday, I didn't get cheated in any way, shape, or form. So, well, it will though, Johnny, because after this, you're not going to carry around this meat suit. This is what causes you to sin, and this is the weak part of our body. The Hokadesh is the Holy Ghost or the Holy Spirit that reigns within inside us, and that's much stronger than any of the flesh. That's why Paul in Ephesians told us in 6 and 11 to wrestle not against flesh and blood, and it's hard because the body wants to do, the flesh is weak and it wants to do the worldly things. But if we do the worldly things, we're not going to venture very well because we spent our treasure here on this rock, and our treasure is supposed to be after we resurrect this flesh. We will not come back. That's okay. Don't worry about being alive. It's okay. It's not the end of the world. Some of us live a lot longer than others. So I'm a lot older than my dad was. So don't worry about death. Don't think about death. Just live. Darn it, live. Go live some more, and you'll be fine. I don't know what your age is. You don't have to tell me how old you are, but I need to commit to my bid, but my life suffering, not to my purpose. Find it there, pocket, in your pocket. You know where it's at. If it's bothering you, that's Father working at you, so you know that. That's how he works. Like I said earlier, if you've been following, it's like that thorn in your side that doesn't go away. Just listen to it. Maybe it's something you need to do. Maybe it's something you're not doing. Maybe it's something you need to stop doing. It'll let you know. It's awesome. It's amazing. He's inside of us. You don't have to go to some church to be with him, or some house, or made by hands, or none of that. He's right there with you. He's always with you. And he's going to bug the hell out of you about things he doesn't like. And if you'll listen to him, he'll tell you what to do. And that'll go away. And you just got to listen to him. Do what he tells you to do. Christ in you. That's where he's at. So don't fear death. Death is just a doorway. Death, don't worry about it. Go live some more. Yeah, I don't really use it too often. I mean, I don't use Facebook like that. So, yeah, hey, you guys, this is such a blessing. We can all learn from each other. That's what this ministry is supposed to be about. Remember, it says to go back and reproof the word with each other. That's why iron sharpens iron, man. We've got to understand that we're not here just to serve our flesh. We have a higher purpose. We are a very unique, set apart generation. We're a generation that has been written about thousands of years ago, and we just happen to be blessed enough to be that generation. So don't check out of here too soon. You know, I'm ready to die, but I'm going to endure to the end. And if Father keeps me here for, I'm in my 50s now, for another 50 plus years, I'll do it. It's not going to be easy, but imagine being Moses, you know. How about, you know, what were the age of what was Melchizedek? You know, holy crap! I don't want to. How about Noah? It took him 126 years just to build the ark, right? Didn't Moses or Noah live to be over like 900 years old? You want to live to be 900 years old? Who wants to live in here to live to be 100? Say 100. Who in here wants to be 100? Say 100. Put 100 in the chat if you want to be. Do you really want to live to be 100? How old would you want to be when you die? Put that in the chat. How old do you want to be? I'm eternal, so I don't ever die, so I'm not worried about death as a doorway. You thought you'd be gone at 40? You want to be 100 plus? 95? Oh, you guys, man, cool. All right, that's awesome. That's inspiring. Keep going, guys. You could do it, man. You could be last man standing. You truly can. You better be eating good. If you guys want to live to 195, you better have a good diet. Better stop eating this box back and canned crap. Seriously, better get sun, get get sun. Don't get too much, and eat good. You are what you eat. Don't forget that. So that's why people lived a long time. They didn't have genetically modified corn Julio syrup. Uh, yeah, I'll try to guard the channel. So I'll try not to get the channel taken down. I'll try to protect the channel as much as I can and say not things that are 89 or 90. Cool. Awesome. Thank you. I'm ready to die, but I'm okay. I'm told you I'll go for another 50 years. I just, no, I have every reason to live. I have no reason to leave this rock yet. Father does not want me gone. And when he wants me gone, my day of death's already written. So I won't leave until that day. And that's a beautiful thought. I love knowing that. I love that no man can, take my death, take that. He says, worry not who could take your flesh. Only worry who could take your flesh and your soul, brothers and sisters. That's all I focus on. Truly, I love the word, and it keeps me, settled, and know that I can't do anything about my day of death. And um, again, my dad was 37 when he died, so I've gotten a good 37. He died in 89, so it's been like 37 years. So, that's I only get to spend 8 years with my dad, so. I have to sometimes think about it in my son's situation, that he got to spend 25 years with me. What a blessed thing. I told him that, man. Even in this case, I said, if I never talk to you again, Elijah, I said, I love you, bud. I only got to be with my dad for 8 years, and you know that. And we got to spend a long time together, man. We've had some amazing times. We've had some ups and downs, but you're a good dude. And if I have to meet you on the other side, I love you, man. So I might not ever talk to my son again. You know what I'm saying? I'm glad I got to say that to him, though. You know what I'm saying? I've got the last thing he said was he loved me. He said, okay, Dad, I love you. What a good young man he was that night, that morning, for keeping his cool and not getting all, I know he got shot, but it is okay. He's alive. At one point he was. So, just like my daughter, at one point she was too. So we'll see. I don't know where they would be, brothers and sisters, other than where I told you, in those gold mines, either dead or kidnapped at this point. So I'm thankful I have faith, because without that, I don't know what I would do. I'd be some I don't know. I wouldn't have anything. I don't know what I would have without faith. All I have is faith. It's the only thing that keeps me going. Everything else is just part of it. That's what faith does. It's almost like everything else doesn't matter. When you have faith, it all comes second to faith. So I'm glad that I have that. Father's given me that. So that's the best. That's the best gift I have. Um, it's like my tattoos. It doesn't go away. They're there until I leave this dirt. And it's a good investment to me. So thank you, Father, made me put this investment up here while I'm here, because the faith is for after. Like I said, the other side, always general. That's just the way. Um, that's just the way He works in my life. So I do appreciate having you guys, like I said, here. Being a part of this ministry has just been, like I said, this last 14 going on 15 months has just been unbelievable. So, but you made it super bearable. So I better get off your case here and let you guys go and have your morning, night, evening, wherever you're at. I do appreciate it. Do that 33. Thanks, 33. Like Christ when He passed. Appreciate 33 people are like, hey, this guy ain't half lost in space. So I don't care about the thumbs up. Just nice to know again that other people are just recognize there's something to the ministry. Maybe they just like the ministry too. Part of it. Maybe they came in. It's not something I said. Maybe something you guys said too. So I think you could do that. So all right. Enjoy the rest of your time here. I will see you on the next broadcast. We'll sow some more seeds. You know what I'm saying? You guys are such a blessing. And stay in the Word, guys. It's not the end of the world. Try to remember too, we are in the book of, this is the book of Revelation. So we're in what is called sorrows. So there's nothing ahead that's coming that's going to get easier. Okay. Prepare for that. Nothing's going to get easier. Prepare for that. So figure out how you can make things a little easier on yourself and others. And that'll be a blessing. Don't be a burden to others, please. Be a blessing. The captain is not put on the fasten seatbelt signs, brothers, sisters. That's pretty amazing. We said earlier they could start that whole vidco thing, call it the X 2.0 or something. And oh my gosh, everybody's standing on X's again. I hope you have everything you need this time, like Brother Ross was in here earlier, so you can shut your gates and never go to that. Do that. I don't want to do it next time at all. I really just, and it's happening already. You know what I'm saying? It's happening already, guys. So just stay in the Word, and that's going to keep you armored up. Okay. Keep reading Matthew 10:34 through 39. If you can't say that without looking in that book, please keep reading that. I don't care if you read any other verses right now. Please stay hyper-focused on Matthew 10:34 through 39 and read it every day. If you have a spouse, read it with your spouse. And if you have kids, read it with your kids. Please read this passage. It is the backbone of High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries. Matthew 10:34 through 39. It's not that long of a passage. It's already written on your heart. If you'll just keep reading it, He will reveal it to you. Yes, there's an email in the description. Predestined4light at gmail.com. So, yeah, appreciate it, guys. This is, again, Club coming in here being hyper focused on the ellipsis gospel, on the tribulation gospel. We must go through suffering. This is part of being a disciple. Who shall ever come after me? This is in Matthew. Let them deny themselves daily. In Luke, He said, who shall be my disciple? Right? Back in Matthew, take up your cross daily. Are you taking up your cross daily? Are you out there suffering like He suffered for His Shem's sake, like it says in Matthew? Okay. And follow after me. So you got to do what He did. You got to be Christ-like. And they didn't love Him. They hated Him, brothers and sisters. So I hope you're not out there being loved by this world, because you're leaving your treasure here. Please, your heaven awaits. Through which the ellipsis we must go through, said Paul,
to receive that kingdom of heaven. And that's not in the sky, brothers and sisters. That's your treasure. Remember, Revelation 3:11, I come quickly, let no one take your crown. If you don't have a crown to sit at Father's feet, how are you going to receive your inheritance? Okay? Such a beautiful gospel, brothers and sisters. It is. It's written on your heart. Just let him reveal it to you. Seek, and ye shall find. Ask, and you shall receive. Knock. It's there. Thanks for supping with me, brothers and sisters. He said, eat of the meat, right? In the book of Malachi. So there's some meat for you, okay? I'm not going to give you some watered down milk here. It's not here. You make sure, nope, he's the living water. Remember, that pours out that living water on Fomalhaut, the fish, you know? So we're not in that age anymore. Deception's over. The revelation has begun. We are in the last book. We are in the apocalypse. Apocalypse means to lift off the cover, to remove the veil, to reveal. Revelation, to reveal. We're here. Welcome to the channel if you've never been here before. So thanks again for your time, and I'll see you guys on the next High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries broadcast. We'll sow some more seeds. Remember, like that little mustard seed, I don't care which one you are. It could be grows to be the largest. So let them work in you, okay? And go sow seeds with others and share this light with others. You're supposed to be charitable with this agape, this new covenant, brothers and sisters. You can't hide that light in a basket. He said, put it at the top of your house and let it shine. Not like pride, that shine or rise above others. I didn't say that. He is the head of this, right, ministry. We're just here to fellowship with everybody else here that's in the narrow way. So we put him and give all glory to Shiloh. Thanks again, brothers and sisters. Pastor Revelation, Pastor Apocalypse. Whoa.